welcome to Hobby Maker with me, Vicky Carroll. How is everybody today? We're ready for a day of paper crafting. We've got lots of fabulous crafting makes for you. All of the Easter makes with your paper crafting skills. We've got Hunky Dory, we've got Crafter's Companion, we've got Debbie Fisher, we've got a new maker to our Hobby Maker family joining us as well. Later on, we've got Natalie from Lovely Hunky Dory. So a full day, the wildlife collection with fabulous designs in stunning paper craft form. It's going to be a fabulous show. What date is it today? Oh, it's the 1st of April. The 1st of April. So, yeah, send a message in on the Hobby Maker website. Hobby Maker, come and say hello. There's Ben in the gallery. Happy April Fool's Day. Did we get you? Did we get you? I had to channel my inner actor within there. I was like, oh, Levi, I don't think I can do it. Good morning. I'm only joking. Levi, shall we hit you with our early bird? Because it is a Hobby Maker. More paper crafts obviously continue at 1 p.m. But it is, of course, Sewing Street. And we've got our fabulous early bird to start your day. No fools today. No April Fools today, don't worry. I've been on edge all morning thinking, someone's going to get me. Someone's going to get me. I know someone's going to get me. Did we get everybody? Was everyone panicking? I didn't know until Kat reminded me this morning it's April the 1st. It's April the 1st. Just be on guard. We're going to start with a fabulous early bird. As I said, no April Fools here. Just loads of treats for you. £8.99. Do you know what? This is such amazing value for money because the storage ring alone would cost you at the price point that we're going to go down to today. Just your storage ring alone. But you've also got 30 pre-wound bobbins as well. I mean, this is amazing, isn't it? Oh yeah, I've got fresh nails to open packaging today. I love the sound of opening packaging. There we go. So, I was watching Holly's Instagram, and all of her Instagram is, if ever you, she is almost as viral as you. She is. She's an actual influencer, Ben. You need to get some tips on your creating content. Our Holly Dennett is here, who has made my lovely shirt. She's not made it for me, but I did see it, and I was like, oh, that is spring. I am wearing that. And there's lots of different options with it. So I'll talk you through this in a little bit, but that's coming up later with Holly. But we also have a fab early bird. Right, Ben, price, what are you thinking? Should we get them all home today? 30 pre-wound bobbins for $6.99. All these springtime colours. They sit in beautifully as well. So even just, I'm sure I've sold, a silicone ring like this, and they stretch slightly so you'll be able to squeeze them in without damaging any of your bobbins if you've got larger bobbins. The bobbins that are included in this are 2 centimetres in diameter and 5.5 inches, which is 13 centimetres. The bobbin ring is 13 centimetres, which is 5.5 inches. That's right, isn't it? 2 centimetres in diameter. Hang on. Oh, yeah, 2 centimetres this way, 13 centimetres this way. And then, yeah, you can literally just pop them in, store all 30 of your pre-wound bobbins. You're never going to be playing bobbin chicken again, are you? £6.99 for all of your colours. Obviously, check with your machine and see that they fit your machine before you start sewing. But even just for the storage solutions, and even if you're thinking, oh, I don't know if they do fit in my machine, just use it for hand stitching. You've got them all ready to go. Take them on your holiday. £6.99 for your storage tub as well. And they're not going to fall out because it's slightly ribbed around the edge. They just hug your bobbins. So look, they're not going to fall out. Oh, it's testing it then. It's testing it. You can fit 30 pre-wound bobbins and they're for £6.99. Even if they don't fit your machine, just use, for the amount of thread, just for your hand stitching. And then for storage, ready for the bobbins that fit your machine. £6.99. Loads of people multi-buying on this. The value for money in the thread alone, in the storage unit, that is brilliant. I love that colour. It's very satisfying, isn't it, to see it all in colour order. Anybody who's struggling to wind your bobbins, if you don't have an independent bobbin winder on your machine, we've got the perfect solution. I don't like to call it a gadget because it actually is very useful. It's an essential, actually. It's a fabulous tool. It's coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. We've got so much going on today. So I was chatting to Hayley, who is currently on a holiday. She's in Edinburgh. Sorry, that was my... yeah, she's back today. She'll be back later today. I don't think she's back at work today. I know she's coming home today, I think. But anyway, she's been in Edinburgh, which is my favourite city. I love Edinburgh. But anyway, I've been messaging her, trying to get some deals. But because she's on holidays, she's probably not had access to the computer. She's still working a little bit and on a text. But we said, can we do this? Can we do this? And because she's on holidays, she's obviously in a very good mood. She's like, yeah, you can do that. You can do that. So we've negotiated the most amazing deal at 10 o'clock on a cover stitch machine. We're going to discount it today. It's normally a machine that only normally goes on air with George. And when it comes on air with George at a higher price point, it sells out every single time because the price is amazing. For that ultimate finishing machine, the cover stitch machine, we're going to discount it today, which I'm really excited about. Now, this first hour, we've got brand new fabrics. We've got some of your favourites as well, the Flash and Liberty collection, Moda. We've got some beautiful brand new Dan Morris fabrics coming up in this first hour as well. Then Holly is my first show with lovely Holly, and she has got an amazing first project. This one, Joe, it's the dress. The dress up first, which is from our French pattern house, Maison Fauve. I hope I pronounced that right. I've definitely pronounced it wrong. Anyway, this is a beginner-friendly dress, and it is gorgeous. It's really gorgeous, and the fabric choices that we have today are stunning. I do think anybody who wants an occasion dress, anybody that wants a dress to take on their holidays, to be able to roll up and put in a suitcase, for anybody who wants something super comfortable, you can have it with or without the tie as well, so it's lovely and roomy, but it's got really lovely shape. A beginner project with a fabulous pattern house as well. The only time I've ever seen a pattern from this company was with Adam Brooks, and it was a very involved, more advanced project. And I did say, get this if you're an advanced dressmaker. This one is suitable for beginners, which is so exciting. So everybody's going to be able to have a go at this. Lovely pleats at that top neckline. It's a really flattering dress. Beautiful, really beautiful. So that's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Get ahead on pre-order. Holly's going to be talking you through all the techniques as well. Any questions that you have for her, get them in. 10 o'clock, as I said, we're going to do an amazing discounted price today. 10 a.m, your Britannia cover stitch machine. Dressmakers, you are going to be in awe of the fabulous deal we're going to do at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we've got the burrito. No, not the burrito. Am I hungry? Batano button-up shirt, which is by the Friday Pattern Company, who again are a fabulous pattern house. I love this shirt. How gorgeous is this? In gingham for spring. It's got options. It's got different sleeve lengths. It's got the tie option. It's got an option without the tie. You can wear it open. It's a lovely relaxed fit with a pocket. We're going to talk about pattern matching as well, because you're looking at that thinking, oh my gosh, Holly has done an amazing job pattern matching that one. So yeah, she's going to talk us through pattern matching. We're going to be talking with cuffs. We're going to be going through the construction. So stay tuned, that's coming up at 11. And then, if it doesn't get better than that, we've got clearance, which I love. We've got a sale. We've got discounts on some of our favourite fabrics. So stay tuned all day with us if you can, or take us on the move. Watch us on the web. Watch us on the app. And of course, you can also shop online, on the app, on the web, or with the customer service team. If you click on Watch Live at the top there, scroll down, you'll be able to find us. Send in your messages. There he is. He's ready. Come say hello. Scroll down. Everything's coming up on today's show on it's on all in the centre there. On the bottom, the Celtic roots. Gorgeous. gorgeous fabrics. They look like batiks. They're amazing. That panel behind me is already selling. Can you believe it? It's only $18.49. And you're going to be able to make a massive quilt with just, you know, a few of those half meters as well. There's your Dan Morris brand new panel as well, the Positive Vibes panel. There's some lovely Mia Caro fabrics as well coming up in the show. We've got a whole bundle. We've got the Liberty Flower Shop. We've got the Moda Woodland Wonder. And there you go. There's the gorgeous dress pattern as well. $19.99. Fab price. They're all your viscose. Oh, we missed a picture. Viscose. Beautiful digital prints. And then your satins as well. There's the one that Holly made the dress out of. There's your cover stitch machine. Right, it is not staying at $4.99. It's not staying there. We're going to an amazing price. Stay tuned. Right, shall we do the panel? This is Celtic Roots. And what I love about it is it's like the Tree of Life design, isn't it? You could do some very sort of Delphine-esque extra stitching on this. If you want to do some lovely hand embroidery as well, it'd be amazing. Now, the only way of getting this brand new panel is this way. It's not in the bundle. So if you do love it, it's a big panel. It's 1.1 meter square. If you want to make a big quilt, get yourself this panel, a couple of the half meters, and you could literally just border and bind it, or get this in the mega bundle, and you'll make a massive, you could do like flying geese or piano keys all around the edge as a gorgeous border. I mean, there's nothing stopping you cutting this out as well, cutting that circle out, pliquing that, using all the different fabrics as, you know, as a different design, as a different style quilt, but it looks amazing just as it is, doesn't it? Let me move the dress slightly out of the way. £18.49, and it is huge. Now, this will sell out today. We've got less than 20 of these now remaining, and it is gorgeous how it looks like a batik. It is a printed cotton, but it's Dan Morris, so it is, no, it's not Dan Morris, sorry. Do we know who the designer is for this? But I must say, it's really, really beautiful quality cotton. Northcote. It's called Stonehenge Celtic Roots. Love it. But I would be tempted in doing some lovely bead embroidery on top of it. You don't have to, but I think it would be really lovely to do some extra fancy quilting. Or if you've got the Gracie frame and you're wanting to have a practice, but you don't want to do too much patchwork, that would make a great wall hanging size. That would make a fabulous one that you can just put over the side of a sofa, a little quilt. This is about to sell out, by the way. Yeah, 5 left. 5 left, 1.1 meter square. Full panel. We've got the mega bundle, remember, coming up next, but it doesn't include, where am I looking there? Doesn't include the panel. 2 left. We'll call that a sellout. I think that's gone. Yeah, gone. Sold out. Let's do the mega bundle to complement. This is gorgeous. Right, now you're getting half a meter of every single one of these prints. You've got those borders. Oh, I love it. It looks like batik, doesn't it? It's got these stunning shades of blues and greens and purples. Right, just because we saw how popular the panel was, we're discounting this today. If we discount this, they all have to sell out. As I say, Hayley's going to be back off her holidays today. We're making the most of the fact that we're just going to go crazy, discount loads of pieces for you. We've got fabrics galore. We've got fabulous clearance at 12. We're going to do a discount on the Britannia cover stitch machine. We might even do a discount on patterns. You never know. I know. I'm just saying it now. I'm just saying it. Do you know what? If I say all these things, I can get away with it until midnight today because I could just go, April Fools, can't discount it really. Go back up in price, go back up, $67.92. I'm joking. There is now 20 chances. I love this print. Now, all of these are half meters. So let me just remind you what half a meter looks like. So that's 112 wide. And every single one of these is pre-cut for you. So you'll get all of the prints, the different scales of print, These are available by the half metre, so if there's one that you love that you're thinking, oh, that would make a great binding or a lovely border around it, then stay tuned because we will run through these individually as well. But best value for money of getting the mega bundle is this way, because you are getting a half a metre for free. Is it? Is it half a metre for free? Yeah. Half a metre for free. Yep. So cool, isn't it, though? Love it. And this one, see, these are blocks. Let me just get my ruler 1 second. Bear with, because if you were to get this, another one by the half metre, that would look fabulous, because I bet they're about 5-inch squares, aren't they? But this will lend itself so well to lots of projects. I'm just going to get a little ruler. I want to measure. Bear with. How is everybody today anyway? How was your weekend? Are we loving the sunshine? Doesn't it make you just feel so much better? Yeah, there you go. Actually, bigger. 5 inches. I'm giving myself a bit of wiggle room. Here we go. 6 inches, I'd say. 6-inch squares. So, if you do have a pattern that calls for 5-inch oh yeah, these will sell out, by the way. Half the stock is sold out already. Yeah. If we started with if we started with 40 of these, then half the stock has gone. We've now got less than 20 of these remaining. If you do want the last to stock, this is brand new in today and out today by the looks of things. If you bought the panel, get this whilst you can, because that means you're paying less than 60, 70, 80 pounds, less than 80 pounds, and you can get a huge quilt bundle, essentially. I mean, a massive Tree of Life quilt. That Celtic roots, gorgeous Stonehenge collection, quilting weight cotton. You've got that in 2 different colourways. This one's really nice as well. Half a metre for free. £59 and 43 pence to be exact. I know it sounds a little bit of a strange price. It's just because we wanted to take a whole fabric off. Yeah, Ben's saying, I'm being very specific with my pricing. I think about it. Have you got the iPad there? Joe Wilcox is in the house, by the way. Joe, for anybody who is newer to Sewing Street, is an OG. Joe was here from day dot. Ben, do you remember the picture that I sent you? I didn't realise that you were an OG. You were there too. Obviously, Ben was in the building when we started Sewing Street. He was on my sister channel, Jewellery Maker, but I've got a picture of him in the little tiny studio. So this was COVID days. You were directing, or so were you working on the show then? Yeah. So I was covering it. It was so hot in that gallery, because do you remember March 2020, how hot it was? Oh, was that for Jewellery Maker, or was it for Sewing Street? Oh, there you go. Gosh, Joe, those days, 5 years ago, where's that time? I remember your birthday and COVID, and yeah. We just had our little bubble. 3 of us, 4 of us. Well, it was just 3 of us, wasn't it, coming in and working? We did every job, all of us. It was you and Ben McSherry. Oh, the Bens. It was the Bens. Yes, I remember the Bens. £59, 43 pence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 half metres. What are you looking for? 8 half metres. Oh, the charger. Okay, just so you now know, if everybody checks out their basket, we've sold out. So just be aware. Let's do them by the half metre in case that's what you're waiting for. Let's start with this one, because this is the only one that we have in this print, and it will work so well for borders, for bindings. Oh, this is cool, isn't it? Now, if you do want to subcut this and fussy cut it then into 2.5 strips, this would be great. Oh, this is about to sell out. There's 1 metre left. There's 1 metre left in stock. Only 2 units. If you want it, that's it. About to go. £8.49 and a half metre. Ben's not being. He's not keeping an eye on pre-order. Everything's selling on pre-order. But gone, sold out. So it's the 1st of April. It's the first day of a new month. Oh, and it's going to be sunny all week. I love it. I love it. I love it. Is it hotter than Barcelona this week? Fabulous. Right, let's do this one as well, because this one has got the 2 different colourways, and it's the one that I measured out the 6-inch for the squares. Yes, yes. Digital print, but with that beautiful mottle effect in the background. How cool. If you want to be able to make this into another patchwork quilt, you could literally stitch between these, couldn't you? Oh, what song is that? Joe was just singing. Oh, was it you? Or who was singing that? Ben. A 49.5 metre. Love your singing voice. Have you done your Bowie gig yet? You've been practicing all your Bowie songs. He's doing a Bowie tribute. 8.49.5 metre. I'm singing at a wedding on Friday, and I'm not judging at all, but Joe, when I sing at your wedding, they've asked for some obscure song choices. So before the bride comes in, they've asked for Justin Bieber, Is It Too Late Now to Say Sorry? Is that really weird? I almost want to ring them and just check and see if it's right. But I don't know whether it's a joke, and it might just be that they're, having a bit of a giggle. But I'm thinking, I'm going to start singing this song, and everyone in the congregation are going to be saying, why is she singing that song? Is it too late now to say sorry before she walks down? I mean, my friend Cherry, she did have, before she walked down, the song, and I am telling you I'm not going. And I thought that was a bit of an obscure choice, but it's quite funny. So now I don't judge people's choices at their weddings because it could be personal to them. But I do think that's a bit strange. Right, we've got that one in the same print in a different colourway, this time in the green. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I'll just sing it. They've asked for a few. There's a few weird ones though in the list. Not the obvious choices. But then she is walking down the aisle 2,000 years, which is the most common walk down the aisle song. Yeah. 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. Everybody has that. Oh. Making my way downtown, walking fast. That's the one that Ben thought I was doing. I need you. Da-da-da-da-da-da. That's a good song, though. £8.49.5 metre. Good morning, Catherine. You're here very early. 8.49. Do you like my shirt? Thank you. We're making it today. We're making it today. And the dress. Kat, you could come and try this on, actually. This would look gorgeous on you. Now you're in early, you might as well get involved. But this is a dress that is coming up at 9 o'clock. This one's coming up at 11. Kat's going to model it. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that's another strange one. As they're walking out, I'm singing As It Was, Harry Styles, which the lyrics are, it's not the same as it was. I know, but is that a peculiar song choice? So, both of those available by the half metre. There is now. Are you going to try the dress on? She's wearing a gingham as well. Gingham's very in for spring, isn't it? But you know what I love is that this is just classic, isn't it? You just can't go wrong with a classic gingham print. Now this one I love as well. For your patchwork, for dressmaking, absolutely. This dress works in cotton as well, doesn't it? We're doing it in like a satin or a viscose, but it does work in a cotton fabric as well. We're going to have lovely weather though. We might even be singing outside on Friday. 8.49.5 metre. I'm saying about song choices. The only song Joe has asked me to sing at his wedding is Teenage Dirtbag in a slow version. So, yeah. I don't know. I need to find a good track. I need Ben to come and play, to make me some backing tracks. For Teenage Dirtbag, please. 849.5 metre. Doesn't it look like a batik? 100% cotton, 112 wide, quilting weight. We are loving this brand new collection. If you've got that panel behind us which completely sold out, get yourself a metre of this, and you could literally do a border binding, do some fabulous quilting, and it would look gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Remember, the best way of getting this bundle is, well, the only way of getting all these fabrics now, because some of them are sold out, is in the mega bundle. Oh, let's do this one. Now, this comes in two colourways. It comes in the purple and it comes in the green. Purple first. Loads of you in for this one already. Woohoo! £8.49. Oh, we've got so much to bring you, by the way, in the next half an hour. The Liberty bundles are already selling on pre-order. We've got the Mixer bundle, which is the absolutely fabulous Emily Bell. There's the Wiltshire Shadow in there, all the best mixers. And then you've also got the brand new Dan Morris panel to bring you as well. So get ahead on pre-order if you can. I just want to run through all of these so you can see them, then they're underneath us on the website. Oh, is that for my little Belle? You're singing a nice little song for my little girl, Belle. What song is that? Oh, Johnny Be Good. Who sings Johnny Be Good? Chuck Berry. £8.49.5 metre. Oh, I was messaging our John Scott yesterday. I've been out in the garden. Has everybody been out in the garden this week? It's been so nice. And we were doing some planting, some seeds and some sunflowers. I've planted some strawberries this weekend. But John Scott, for our housewarming gift, got us a magnolia tree. And this was 4 years ago. And it started to come up. And it's Dusty! You talk about my magnolia tree. If I'm honest, I really had no idea where it was until Kieran said to me this weekend, oh, look, John's tree, John's magnolia tree is looking great. It's all flowering. And I was like, John's tree? I forgot John, well, I didn't forget John got us a good magnolia tree, but I forgot where it was because it hasn't really flowered yet. So it's the first year it's flowering. Right, this one, a bit different to the last one. So we've got this one. We've got that one in the green, but as you can see, this is a different print. But there's nothing else like this one. This is the only one. This is like the hero print of the collection, where you're getting all of the Celtic knots with that background. Oh, your magnolia tree is in full bloom. I think it's my favourite tree of all the trees. I love a cherry blossom tree too. I love a silver birch. Do you know when we got married, Kieran wanted to get silver birch trees all down the aisle? That's very extra, isn't it? We didn't, but in the original plans. It's like, how easy would it be? Because then we can plant them in the garden after, but we could just have them all running down the aisle of the church. But, yeah. I still don't get the vision, but... Who wore white to a wedding? I said, are you Gareth Gates? Are you in a boy band? And are you trying to upstage me, Kieran? Please don't wear white. 8.49.5 metre. No, he did settle on just wearing white trousers, which now, gosh. He looked good, but still, now thinking about it out loud, yeah, you don't wear white trousers to your wedding, do you? Are you wearing white trousers to your wedding, Joe? Are you wearing white trousers to your, well, Ben, actually, would you wear white trousers to your wedding? I was going to say, I imagine Ben in white leather trousers and high boots. They're under the bed. He's hiding them from Alice. Right, shall we do it? Not in a weird way, just in a way of. He says they'll come out again one day. Okay. Shall we do this one? This is the green that we had earlier in the blue. Come and say hello. My iPad, I'm sorry, isn't charging up. So you'll have to text Ben to send any of your messages through to me. Ben's really lovely. He's a good boy. Ben's gone viral now on his social media page. Our Sober Boozers Club. It's gone over 1 million plays, one of his videos. That's crazy, isn't it? So after that, what's the most viewed video that you have after that? 70,000. Oh my gosh. So what happened to that to make it go to 1 million? He says, I think it's because I looked really handsome in it. And he's not joking. 8:49, this one's about to sell out. This one is about to sell out. If you want to get it as well in the blue, there is a couple of units still remaining, literally a couple more units. Now, if you want to get that whole mega bundle, you're saving half a metre, which is £8.49. I will remind you of that in a moment. This is the last one from this collection, though. What do you think? 100% cotton, Celtic roots, Stonehenge collection. Looks quite boutique-y. Now, there's always space in your stash for a blue fabric like this, isn't there? Blue night sky, a whole new world. I am well and truly in my Disney princess era. I don't think Michael Wolff will be happy with me in nudie duets. £8.49 half metre. Under, just to be able to get your whole bundle and the panel, if you manage to get it under £80, I think is amazing. But this one is going to be so useful for smaller patchwork projects, for bag making. You've got Stuart Hillard's Bags of Life collection. How beautiful would this be for a bag? Hello, Claire. Thank you. Claire's probably said hello to me on Facebook, and I haven't seen it, Claire, so thank you for texting Ben. He's feeling the love this morning. Did you fall for our April Fool's trick this morning, Claire? Did you think it was Hobby Maker? We don't know if anybody was laughing or not. Right. We've got the whole mega bundle available with your half a metre for free. It's very busy this morning. You're going to love today's show. Our dressmaking projects with Holly are amazing. We've got to make sure today is a fabulous day. Let's start the month right with some brilliant deals for you. There's literally more of you who've got this in your basket than we have availability. You are saving yourself. It should be £67. Should be £67. Today we're getting £59.43, which means you're saving £8.49 on your mega bundle. That is 8 half-metre units for under £60. If you love it, go for it, because we don't get these collections back in. Love it, love it, love it. Right, should we do another panel? Because that panel behind me sold out really, really fast. Oh, sorry. Can we just do this one? Because this is literally one panel and one fabric. And it's sewing related. It's completely different to the one on the wall, but it's the panel on its own, is it? I love this. Right, how many have we got? 40. That's it. That is it. 45, there's now 40. Look at this. How much is it? £14.99. Oh, that is so good. I love the colours on this. That full panel. Oh, you're getting all of these different images. Now let's see if there are repeats on here. There aren't very many repeats, are there? So I love it. See, that could be a flap on a bag. That could be a patch or pocket on an apron like Janet Claire wears. This could be part of a patchwork quilt, obviously. These could be blocked within a quilt. This could just be your quilt that you then hang over a table in your sewing room. This is gorgeous. I love this colourway. I love this. Isn't it gorgeous? Oh yeah, if John Scott were to bring out a panel, it would be like this colour, wouldn't it? Let me see. He's doing it, isn't he? 8-inch, just under 8-inch. Literally with your 1/4 of an inch around the edge. 8-inch. And you've also got that gorgeous strip here, which you could use for a bag handle, which you could use as on a cushion, on the back of a cushion, an envelope back. Oh, this is brilliant. It's going to sell out today. It is going to sell out today. 16 of you have got it in your basket so far. If you love it, grab it now, because once this is gone, it is gone. Joe, can you come in really close? Look at the detailing. Look, when you open the window outside and it's all lovely and sunny, but then you've got all these little jars and tins of buttons. Oh, the printing is amazing. £14.99, 100% cotton. Once again, you could do cushions with these, smaller scatter cushions in your sewing room, bringing your projects to life with your hobbies in mind. I love that. Take 4 of them, make it into a bag. A massive tote bag that you then put your rulers in, a quilted tote bag. But look at even all the detail and all of the little... the screws on the feet. Oh, I love that. Right, this is about to sell out. There's 10 left. £14.99. 9 left. If you do love it, we have one other fabric from this collection, but the panels are fabulous, aren't they? £14.99. Let's have a look at another one. Aren't the colours lovely? I'm just going around so you can see them all. Oh, there's 6 left. £14.99. About to sell out. 5 left now. Oh, I like that one. See, you could change it up completely. So you could add this print with, I'm going Moda Woodland Collection. I'm going to put it with a fabric like this, look. That you go round and round, do a lovely border. But then, if you're going for one of the pinker projects, definitely get this one as well. This one is available by the ½ metre. 1 left, sold out on the panel. Thank you. We now have the ½ metre. £7.99 ½ metre. What about doing a dress? I often get mistaken for the girl in Same Difference. I wasn't in Same Difference. £7.99, and John Scott compares me often to Jedward. This morning I looked like Jedward because I came in with my rollers in and the security guard but he always laughs at me. So look at your hair, look at your hair. £7.99, I know. What? I'm only joking, it was not me, obviously. Did you think I was being serious? There's literally 6 units remaining, ½ metre, £7.99. I was almost as famous as Spudman. One of the most famous people to come out of Tamworth. Spudman's now overtaken me. Spudman, oh my gosh, he had Teddy Swim singing there the other day on his Spudwagon. Have you been for a potato there, Joe? Because you don't live too far, well, your parents live too far from Tamworth. Oh yeah, I used to go there years ago when I lived in Tamworth. He's been there forever. But there's a guy who sells jacket potatoes, and just your normal jacket potatoes, nothing fancy. It's literally cheese, beans, you know, the normal jacket potato. But he's gone so viral on social media. The power of influencer is crazy. Hugh Jackman went for a potato there. He gets all this. This is sold out, by the way. Sorry, I'm chatting. But yeah, it's crazy how just being on your phone and filming yourself doing jacket potatoes can make you worldwide famous. People come in from all over the world to go to Tamworth. I mean, I'm from Tamworth, and there's not that much in the town centre, and Tamworth will not mind me saying that. It's great. They could have a huge amount going on there because it's got a fabulous castle and all sorts. Right. This is the most stunning collection. Now, on the launch, there were over 40 of these sold. We have got the very last 10. You are saving half a metre. You're saving £9, £8.99. If you do want to be able to get this stunning brand new spring range, the Flower Shop collection, you're getting the whole range here, that ultimate mega bundle, 7.5 metres for £125.86. Now, it's considered. I appreciate that, but the amount of Liberty fabric and the amount of projects you're going to be able to make with this is absolutely brilliant. You are going to be able to make so much. And look, it's official Liberty fabric. It's their Lazenby cotton, which is quilted weight cotton, but it feels just so luxurious. I love this one with the Liberty building, the iconic London Liberty building, with the pink ditzy flowers, which of course Liberty are famous for. This one's called Liberty in Bloom. You're getting a whole half metre of that, which is 112 wide, which is one of the flagship prints. You're getting that in the pink, you're getting it in mustard and in lilac, and then you're also getting your mixes, the little dainty ditzy prints in there. Oh, honestly, that is one of my favourite Liberty ranges. And whether you're choosing to use all of this and making a huge quilt, if I were to do, I'm just thinking about this, if we were to do one of the boxed quilt kits, and you were to get this amount of Liberty fabric, this would not be under £200. No way. £125 is amazing value for quilters. It's brilliant value for anybody who likes doing smaller projects. But obviously there's no pattern that comes with this. If you have a look online on the Liberty website, there will be so many fabulous inspirational project ideas that they have put for you for this collection. It is gorgeous. Now we've got half of our allocated amount for today already in baskets. If you love it, don't miss it because we won't be able to get more of these. We're really lucky that we have the connection. We have Susie Duncan here, who is our Liberty representative, who comes in every few months and launches the new range with us. And this is the perfect spring-summer collection of Liberty. Flower Shop mega bundle for £125.86. Your split pays on as well. Remember, that's 0% interest. You're not going to pay any admin fees. All you pay is £62 today. And you can get it home and start making with it. This one. This is Ben's favourite. What's this one called? Isn't it a lovely range? It's called Lazenby Bloom. Right, there's so many in baskets. We're actually running the risk of this selling out today. We've got the very, very last few in stock. Look at that. Gorgeous colours. And if you want to pick out one of the tones, like hot tomato would look lovely with this, misty blue would look lovely with this, just adding it with one of your Rose and Hubble solids is going to mean that it goes a really, really long way. Imagine doing a Liberty dress. Remember, you can patchwork these together. You could do a really lovely Liberty patchwork dress. Or you can have a look on the website and see if there's any of these available by the half metre. The problem is I'm not quite sure of the availability. I know it's now going to be really limited. It always is. It always is. Whenever we launch it, it's always a very busy launch show, and then it's literally the last of stock. How many people have got this in their basket now, Ben? So many of you have got that in your basket. Just be aware that we literally have one remaining once everyone's checked out. We literally have one left once everyone's checked out. Oh, I know, and we never are able to get this back. £125.86. That is your whole Liberty range from the Flower Shop collection. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Can we also do the blender bundle? Right, I'm urging everybody to just be quick and check out of their baskets on that one, because that is limited now. If you want a mixer bundle, these are some of the most iconic prints of Liberty. Emily Bell in lovely rose. Emily Bell. Oh, this perfectly matches in. Right, so they've made this for the Flower Shop collection. It's the perfect colours to go with, but they're still all your Liberty prints. So even if you love Liberty, but maybe that is a little bit out of your price range today, if you want to make some lovely spring makes with Liberty fabric, Lazenby cottons, try them out. You've got Wiltshire Shadow. There's another Wiltshire Shadow. And then you've got three. Oh no, this one's a different one, isn't it? What's this one called? The ivory is like a cream on cream. That was Garden Walk. That's Garden Walk. You're getting half a metre of Garden Walk. They're all 112 wide quilting weight cottons. So not the Tana Lawn. These are quilting weight cottons. And then you're also getting two of these, which are again Liberty. Oh, it's not the name of it isn't on the salvage. Let's have a look on the other one. So they do complement the Flower Shop collection. Oh, this was called York Fern. York Fern in both that lovely lavender and the sage olive green, but all of those Liberty cottons, 64.42. What are you going to do tomorrow, Ben? He says he's not here tomorrow. He's going to tidy his house. He's going to go to the gym. Busy day. Oh, it's so sunny this week. It's going to be fabulous, isn't it? What a difference it makes when you're waking up in the morning as well and it being light. Even with the clocks changing, my drive this morning was still just getting light. It was lovely. I was a little later this morning. I did snooze my alarm. I don't know why, but I went to bed at 8:30 last night. I went to bed really early, and I was really tired this morning. I had too much sleep almost. Yeah. Oh, and did you go to bed really early? Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, it's when you have too much sleep sometimes, isn't it? £64.42. Okay, I have literally got 10 minutes left, and we've got the most beautiful, colourful collection, speaking of spring and summer, from Mia Carroll. Beautiful illustrator, amazing designs. Is this individually, or is this part of the bundle? It's in the bundle. It's in the bundle. Now, oh, hang on. 2.5 metres? All of this fabric? Okay, as I said, what we're going to do today, it is the 1st of April. We want to start this month as we mean to go on. No April Fools here. Just deals. Hayley's on her holidays. She's back today. Is she flying back to Redditch? Do you want £5 back in your pocket? That's your P&P paid for the day. Woohoo! Yes, please. P&P off. This is stunning. Such a beautiful, colourful collection. Now you're getting that whole half metre. I love the tiger print. And then you're also getting, look, half a metre of this really beautiful posy pattern. And this, by the way, is Free Spirit fabric. So it is lovely quality. If you've worked with Cave or Tula, this is the Positive Vibes panel. Look, you're getting rainbows. Oh, bag makers, you will have an absolute field day with this collection. This is gorgeous. I love Mia Carroll's designs. I wonder if she does all sorts of homeware bits, stationery bits. Yeah. Have a look at Mia Carroll's website. Have a look on her socials as well, because the collection is just so bright and beautiful. Yeah, have a look. There she is. Mia Carroll. She's from the magic and the vibrant lands of España. in moments when the brush doesn't. Oh no, we moved on. Sorry, we're just scanning through. Read it at your own in your own time. But just so you can see. I'm Yang, Mia's assistant. Love it, love it, love it. So yes, have a look, and she'll give you lots of inspiration as well. What to use her fabrics with, but she works with Free Spirit, and it's a beautiful, vibrant collection, isn't it? Just what we need. Just what we need this spring and summer. £49.94, 2.5 metres, and your full Positive Vibes panel as well. £49.94. What would you do with these smaller rectangular shapes? Once again, they could be little wall hangings. They're almost like postcards, aren't they? But you could hand embroider onto these, put them onto a patch on a pocket. Even if you like doing upcycling, this would be lovely for a plique, wouldn't it? And you're getting so many of those lovely different images. Under £50, 2.5 metres. Oh, sorry about the sound on YouTube. Our engineers are very, very aware of it. I believe that it's an external problem. Under £50, 2.5 metres, and your panel. Love it. Well done, everybody who's getting this. Remember, you're saving your P&P today. Do you want me to show you the panel? Let me hold it up because it's big. It's bigger than half a metre. 0.6 metres. That's your panel. Can we do this on its own? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes. We can do it on its own. Right, if you want the panel on its own, remember it won't come joined up. It will come like this. But there's nothing stopping you multi-buying or stitching it together if you do want to make a Positive Vibes quilt. Oh, Ben's making fabric postcards, Positive Vibe postcards. It's a tenner. Sorry, shocked then when I saw the price. That's £10. Oh, definitely get one of these. Because if you're taking a little project on holiday with you, you could make really beautiful embroidered pieces. They could be fronts of pockets. They could be on your bags. You could make a tote bag. You can make a couple of tote bags. Fronts, couldn't you? And choose one of the solids maybe for the back of the lining. That is lovely. And then use this section here for the straps. Bloom, it's called. It's lovely. I'm going to lie down, sorry. You could make a little notebook cover, absolutely. Isn't that gorgeous? I do think it'd be really nice just to be able to take on holiday and embroider on top of as well. What about doing like a patchwork jacket with it? Love the rainbow, love the butterfly, the tiger, the stag. Look, with a little robin sitting on his back. There are only 50 of these. That sounds a lot, by the way. It's not. Both panels that we've brought to you today, the Dan Morris and the one that's behind me, the Tree of Life, has completely sold out. If you love this, it's free. It's Free Spirit panel for £10. 60 centimetres is your panel by 112 wide. So, no, what it is, Ben, let me show you. So, you know, if you were to have half a metre, it's 112 wide, so it's the same width as your normal, but normally half a metre would finish about there. You're actually getting an extra 10 centimetres because it's a panel. But please remember that it will come like this. So if you're multi-buying on it, as obviously so many of you are, it does not come joined up. £9.99. There are now less than 30 of these as everyone's checked out. And I love the colour of this lovely turquoise strip down the side as well. The flowers are beautiful. Cup of tea! By the way, the pattern that is coming up in just over 5 minutes is already selling on pre-order. If you love the dress on the mannequin, on the set by me here, it's a beginner-friendly pattern. It's from a fabulous French designer, but it does have full English translation, and it also has a full video tutorial. If you do love that panel at $9.99, every single person needs to check out now, because that will sell out. Now, it's also part of an amazing mega bundle where you get the Positive Vibe panels, and you also get that beautiful rainbow print. You get these 2 stunning posy prints. This one, how vibrant. So outdoor cushions, a lovely bag for your holidays, just to be able to make some lovely little, I'm thinking like makeup bags or toiletry pouches or sewing bits and bobs, like a pin cushion, a scissor keeper, needle case. That'd be lovely. 2.5 meters and the panel for $49.99. This is the one, by the way, that we did discount. We took your P&P off. We took £5 off today. So that's your P&P paid for the day. And fingers crossed, that means you're going to be involved in Holly's show in a few minutes and involved in our fabric clearance hour. We've got a cover stitch discount show at 10 o'clock as well. So we want to get Holly on because we've got a lot to explain, as this is a brand new pattern. It's a beginner-friendly pattern as well, so we want to invite everybody in who's never done dressmaking before to have a go with this one. Holly's going to talk us through all the techniques. So stay exactly where you are. Keep going through for the bundle during the break. We're back with Holly and a beautiful dress for after this.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Once you've opened a commercial dress pattern and cut it out, it's really important to transfer all of the markings on the pattern onto your main fabric. Now, Rebecca Harrison and I both do it this way. We were taught this way and we've always done it this way. You can do tailor's tacks, you can do all sorts of things, but I find a tracing wheel and tracing paper the only way to do this. I've cut it out to size 14, but I need to mark up the size 14 darts. So I can see that this one here is my size 14. So I literally just trace that dart right the way to the top, then trace the other side of the size 14 dart to meet it at that dot. I then go to the waist dart. Size 14 is this one. Follow the line right the way to the top there, and the size 14 on this side. Then you have to look for all of your notches on your size 14. So I've got a notch here. So that's all of them traced through to that side. Now, can you see those? It's very pale, but you can see the dotted line there and there. Now, you've got it on one side. You think, well, how on earth am I going to get it to the other side? So what you do is you remove the pattern piece, but leave the pins in there. Then what we do is we just take the blade, the side that we've made our markings on, and we just copy them right the way through like this. But as you can see, they've now come out on the other side. So when you then unpin your whole of your front panel, all of your shaping and all of your darts are all transferred onto the wrong side of your fabric, and you're now ready to sew.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Always use lovely sharp scissors to cut your fabric. Never ever use them for paper. The long blade at the bottom is designed to slide along the table as you cut.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
I'm so excited for this pattern launch because this is a pattern house that as soon as I saw this with Adam Brooks last time I was here, we had a really fabulous hooded jacket, and it was very involved. I'm going to use the word involved. I don't like using the word advanced because I think sometimes if you've got a good pattern, it doesn't matter the sort of skill level you're at, it's how good the pattern is at explaining it and doing, it's just more processes to it. But I did think, this might limit how many people can get involved because you might just be put off by the fact that it's a little bit too involved. Whereas this dress from the same pattern house is your entry-level dress. Go for it. Every single person should be having a go with this one if you want to get into dressmaking, because it's a perfect summer dress, and I actually think it's going to be really, really flattering on any age and any size as well. It goes right from size 6 to 24. Now this is UK sizing 6 to 24. It's a French company, so we've actually done the conversions for you. Sizes on here are 34 to 52. We'd always recommend anyway to measure yourself, and we'll talk to Holly about that and how to measure yourself best for this dress. But what I love instantly, the packaging, the design, it's just the most beautiful pattern to work with. It's in like a really nice folder as well, so you're going to be able to fit your paper pattern back in there, and it's completely designed for a beginner. Now, I was talking to Holly before the show about it, and she said, oh yeah, it's really straightforward, the pattern is lovely, it is in French and in English, but there is also a full step-by-step video tutorial. They do speak in French, but Adam actually said he didn't even read the instructions on a very complex pattern. He just watched the, if you press the red button on it, I think there's a little red button. Sorry, I can see Holly like this eye, and it's not working. But yes, it's one of those that you'll be able to watch the video, have the pattern, and absolutely do it. So even though I'm saying straight away it's a beginner's dress, have you got a picture of it, Joe, finished? Because even though it's quick and easy to sew, it's gorgeous. So it's actually got lovely pleats across the shoulders. So it still gives you lovely charm. It says here, quick and easy to sew, but it does not lack charm. The bust is constructed with a nice pleat on the shoulders. The neckline is assembled by the front and back V-neck, which is bra friendly. You're not looking at little small straps that you're going to be able to see your bra. And I also love the fact then you haven't got a sew-in sleeve. It just flows beautifully. You're not worried about the size of the sleeves as well, because it does just have that really floaty finish. It has a nice slit in the middle front, brings sophistication to the piece, very comfortable to wear with a smooth line and a belted waistband as well. They've even said, look, this is done in sort of like a satin, and we've got a viscose, digital print viscose. But imagine just doing this in a really lovely lightweight cotton that you could then throw on your holidays around the pool. It's such a versatile pattern that I think you're going to make time and time again for different occasions. I think it's one that you could really dress up if you're going to a wedding or an occasion. It's gorgeous. Now it's got all of your measurements on the back there, but it's all in one pattern. So normally you're having to choose between, am I size 6 to 14 or 14 to 24, but you don't need to worry with this one because it's all on one pattern. And if you've never seen this fabulous pattern house before, let me show you your instructions. I'm going to open it up because I think it's important sometimes to see how the instructions are. Now it's all on nice thick pattern paper. Use it again and again and again. Yeah, we'll talk to Holly about that. But then your instructions, they are all in English and in French. So basically, you just have to ignore this side, unless you want to learn to speak French, unless you're brushing up on your French. But then this section, it looks quite wordy, but don't worry, because this section is all French. You're just reading the sections here. But there is full step-by-step video tutorial as well. If you scan the QR code or go onto their blog, you'll be able to find, there's the QR code. So if you scan that, that will take you straight to that video tutorial. But you get all of your pattern pieces within here to make that beautiful dress under £20. It's amazing. Holly, it's so lovely to finally meet you and work with you. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
Good. Thank you. Good to have you back. How did you find working with this pattern house? Have you worked with this pattern house?
Yeah, I made one before a couple of months ago, I think, when I was on here as well. But yeah, it's a really beautiful pattern. It's really beginner friendly, and yeah, it's really beginner friendly. But you can elevate your sewing if you are more advanced as well.
Yes, you finished it with French seams.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about today. Just sort of the insides of how we can elevate our sewing, or if you're beginner friendly, also the different options. There are French seams and different hems we can talk about, and just give you different options. Yeah, it's a really lovely pattern.
I like that, actually. So even though we're saying that beginners go for it, you actually, as an advanced sewer, are still going to really enjoy making this, and you're going to be able to make it really quite quickly.
Very quickly, yeah. I think if you're more advanced sewist, then you're going to be really quick, or it's a perfect beginner friendly one, and it fits all body shapes. You haven't got much fitting.
Yeah.
You know, this is a really lovely beginner project.
Yeah, nice flattering design. Now, we've got some fabulous fabric choices today. We've got the digital prints, which are these really lovely viscose fabrics. Now, do they behave themselves? I know as a newer dressmaker, you have to think about what fabrics you're using. Now, I know that we've got the sort of satin ones as well. Would you recommend going with potentially one of these if you're a newer sewer?
Yes, I think over the satin I would go for this one first, definitely. They are equally the same sort of weight, but the satin, we just need to do more pinning, just sort of just taking it slowly and just more control over it. But yeah, it's a beautiful fabric.
Isn't this gorgeous? Yeah, this is the one that Holly made the dress out of. It's under £20 for your full 2.5 metre bundle, which is enough to be able to make the largest size. $19.99. Sorry, that was Levi. I don't know what he was doing, but it wasn't me, if you heard that. I love this paisley print, this jacquard, really luxurious feel, but it feels so soft. It's going to be lovely.
Yeah, it's really soft and drapey and beautiful,
Really nice. And I was talking to Holly earlier. You say you don't use an overlocker with
No,
sewing.
I don't at all. No, I really don't. Everyone's always surprised by that amount of sewing I do, but I really like using my sewing machine.
Yeah.
I don't think an overlocker is obviously a lovely piece of kit, but it's not an essential.
Yeah. So how do you finish your seams then?
I tend to do French seams on what I can. If not, I just finish it with a zigzag on more of a curved. But I do like a French seam. I do sew a lot of woven, so that is why I tend to use my machine more. But
yeah. So again, new sewers, anybody who is new to dressmaking, come on in, ask Holly the questions, because I was thinking, oh, then you have to think about your seam allowance if you want to change it to French seams, which again we can go through. So yeah, please do send in all of your messages. It's a brilliant one to start out if you want a lovely dress for summer. Spring summer's finally here. It is finally here. $19.99. I feel like it's just been such a long winter, hasn't it?
it's been so long. I know. You see the sunshine, it just makes everything feel better, doesn't it?
Well, that's it.
Does.
I don't feel like I'm really affected by the seasons until the sun came out and I realised I was really affected by it.
Yeah, I'm really affected. I'm like, oh, thank goodness the sun's coming out. It makes you feel lovely and hopeful, and get the summer wardrobe out.
Absolutely.
I love that.
And having little ones as well. I mean, Holly's got a little girl, Poppy, who's same age, similar to the twins. Yeah. And just getting out.
Oh my goodness, and
really lovely.
Exactly. And she's such an outdoor girl. It's just like to run. So go and run.
Yes, it's lovely. Now there are literally more than enough of you there to see that one sell out. If you love that colourway, go for it. We've got it in a few others. Let's do the lovely pink. This is like a raspberry pink. Oh, sorry, did this one not have a web image? This is the one that doesn't have a web image, so this is what it looks like, and it will look amazing. We're blaming Christopher Parker. Oh, is he? He's working working with Elle at the moment on Joy Maker, and she's opening a salt beef shop, which I'd never heard of salt beef before. But now it keeps coming up on all my algorithms. It looks delicious. So I'm going to go and see Elle in Stratford-upon-Avon. Now this is that lovely viscose satin digital print. It's got great drape to it. It's lovely and floaty. But we will talk to Holly about working with this fabric, cutting it out. Any tips on cutting out a slippier fabric?
Yeah, just really prep is the key, and make sure that it's all, silly things like really make sure it's lined up, checking a grain line, and when you're cutting, really make sure you're not touching anything. Sometimes you want to pin, but not too many pins sometimes can distort it. So it's just really taking your time.
Okay.
Sometimes there is a technique of sandwiching it between paper, like putting a layer of paper underneath, so you're cutting 2 layers. But that can affect your scissors because obviously you're cutting paper. But that is a very couture way of cutting very slippery fabric.
Right.
But yeah, that's the way I do tend to cut it, because it just gives it a bit stable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gives it that.
But yeah, you want to pin, but not too much pin.
Okay.
And just take your time.
1999, 2.5 metres, and that's enough to be able to make the largest size. Love this. Then we also have, I'm whizzing through these because we want to get through as much sewing as we can. Let's have a look at the green. Oh, this is a nice choice. Imagine this dress. If you have got an occasion to go to, if you've got a wedding or a christening or a party, I mean, this is going to look so striking, isn't it? If I saw you wearing this, straight away I'd be thinking, oh my gosh, that is very, very, very fancy dress. It's lovely, especially with the lovely the belt. Now, there is that space at the front. It's not too high, don't worry, it's not revealing, it's just gives it a little bit more of a zhuzh and a bit of movement as well when you're walking and dancing and lunging on the dance floor.
Lunging, yeah.
Do you want to do lunging on the dance floor? No. 1999, that's for your lovely green. Knee slide, we're doing knee slides. I saw a little boy the other day doing a knee slide. I thought, oh gosh, remember that? The days of, yeah! He was really sweaty as well. You know, when you think like it's at the end of the day of the school disco, there's always a boy doing a knee slide. Was that you, Joe? I said, Kieran, get up. Stop knee sliding. It's my husband. Right. Shall we do this one? I love this colour. This is brand new in, especially for this dress. This has been the most popular bundle. There's only 5 of those remaining. 1999. Right, there's literally more of you have got the Any Basket than we have availability. No, don't do a knee. No, it won't be good to knee slide on this floor. No one wants to come across and do a knee slide now. 1999. Right, we're going to move on because that's literally about to sell out. There's not enough of those. Now, the solid. Oh, what is this fabric then? Is this a satin? Micro satin.
Yes.
What's a micro satin?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. It must be to weave.
Oh, this is like a bridesmaid sort of dress, or like a really fancy occasion dress.
Yes.
That would look stunning. 30-degree wash. Yeah, 100% polyester. That is gorgeous. Take your time when sewing this.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, your outcome will be beautiful, but it does take time. Some love and care to sew it.
Oh, this will look gorgeous. Once again, imagine this. Joe, I'm thinking your mum's the mother of the groom and the bride next year. Mother of the groom. This would look stunning. Imagine a hat as well. Oh, gorgeous. Yeah. 14.99. Joe's getting married this year. Kat's getting married next year. So Lisa's got 2 outfits to sort. Remember, get your pattern whilst you can. Get the pattern, but this would be beautiful with this. I'm thinking that lovely leg. It's a nice flattering leg, the sleeve as well, isn't it?
Really lovely. Sits there, it just flows. Especially in this fabric, it's going to really drape lovely.
I don't think I've ever had this micro satin before. Did we get this in especially? I think we've had this in especially for this dress. Now, we've got 3 other colourways. If this is slightly too bridesmaidy or light for you, we have a couple of other options. This one is like that. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'd love to see this made up in this colour as well. You've got to send in your pictures when you've done it. But in that purple. Now, even if you've got other patterns in mind, if you've been waiting for a moment of getting 2.5 metres of this lovely microsatin stunning bundle, it's $14.99.
Great price.
That's such a good price. And actually, as a dressmaker,
Yeah.
do you find that 2.5 metres is a good amount of fabric to be able to have for most patterns?
Yeah, definitely. If I see some fabric out and about that I love, that is what I always go for, sort of that 2.5, because it does make, you can make anything from it, really. Yeah,
whether it be a skirt, whether it be a dress, whether it be a dress, whether it be wrap dressing would be lovely as well. $14.99 at that price point, I would absolutely be getting all of these colours if you can. If you make garments for people as well, I'm thinking, I know there's a few of our viewers who do make or, you know, do bridal or flower girl dresses, bridesmaids dresses. This is perfect fabric for that. £14.99. Whether you're getting today's pattern with this or just your bundle of fabric alone, £14.99 is one of the lowest prices I've seen on a fabric bundle for ages. What a great way, starting your dressmaking journey. Now it also comes, it is going to go, there's loads of you now. We've also got it in purple and in blue. Benny, you sure that price is right? So good, isn't it? Is that I didn't do that. It's not. Now this is the lilac. The last one was mulberry, yes. Oh, sorry, wrong colour round. If you ordered the last one, you get mulberry. So look, you can see the mulberry and the lilac. Sorry, we got the graphics around the wrong way. Speak to the customer service team, or you can amend your order on the app now, I think, until midnight tonight. I'm sure that's a new technical feature on our app that you can amend your order till midnight. So if you need to switch that round, then you can. Okay, now, smoky blue. This is lovely. Do you have a favourite colour? Love that one as well. Remember today, we're making this dress, but if you've got any, this is why we do it separately. We don't do it as a bundle with a pattern because maybe you've got another pattern in mind. This blue is beautiful, 100% polyester. What's the width of this? Does it say on your details, Ben, please? £14.99 for your smoky blue. That is such a fabulous price point, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Did you tell me on the last one? I don't think you told me, did you? 57 inches wide. What does that mean? The GSM? I thought that's what they measure paper in. Grams per square metre is 140. There you go. Technical details. Okay, £14.99. What we're going to do is we'll talk about the poplins. There's a couple of leopard print poplins as well available on, well, 3, on the website if you do want to shop ahead of those, but we'll come back to them. So, Holly, what parts do you want to focus on today then?
Well, we're going to be talking about the bodice, because that's the first part that you sew anyway, but it has got some technical skills that we can go through and do a little bit of masterclass of how we can elevate the sewing, or, you know, just talk about some skills. So that's what we're going to do. So I'll show you. This is, you see the camera, there we go. This is how we cut. So basically it's made up of 2 fronts, two bodices, and then 2 skirts, and then exactly the same on the back. So it's mirrored front and back. Okay. We do cut it separately, but the idea is the same. And then we've got facings along here. So it's a very simple pattern to get your head around when you're first starting to sew. So this is, we're going to start with the front bodice. So the first section is we're going to do the pleats along the top. So they're very small little pleats, but make a lovely, nice gradation detail. Yeah, and especially in satin, we're going to see it a lot nicely.
Are you all right to press this fabric?
Yeah, just very gently and on a low heat. Start low and work your way up. Don't go in with a hot iron, which that's why I was checking my iron when I was like, I need to make sure this is okay. So, yeah. So anyway, so this is the front part. So we're going to take it away. I was going to show you what the pattern looks like. So these are our pleats along here, and it's very important to notch, to mark them onto your pattern. I've cut them in notches just so it's quite easy to see for this demo. But depending on your fabric, you might want to pin or chalk it. You know, if you've got a very light fabric, you don't want to be cutting into it necessarily, but there's another preference of how you want to do it. But this is what our pleats look like. So we'll take it away from here.
Do you like working with a paper pattern?
Yeah, I like paper. Yeah, I think it's much more sturdy. And it's just, it's lovely. So for the pleating, we're going to work on our wrong side. move this away. And we can just about see, hopefully you can see there, the notches. So how we do the pleating, not bleaching, we're going to work on the wrong side and we're basically going to pinch them together. These pleats have 2 notches for each pleat. So how we do it, we're going to pinch it together, and then this is when we're just going to take our time and really make sure it's lined up nicely, because all these small details add up to the final look. And also we really wanted it to be accurate, because this is going to be making up our shoulder seam to match our back. So always take your time. Actually, with this satin, it's got some grip to it, which is quite nice. So we're just going to run the pins downwards like this. So with these pleats, we're working on the wrong side, matching the right sides together. And the pattern states to sew 2 centimetres down, so it's a very small pleat and just gives a little bit of detail.
Yeah, well, if I'm honest, it's not something that it creates that lovely shape. It's not like a really big ruffly.
No, it's very subtle, very subtle. So again, if you're a beginner, then maybe sewing with a pattern might be better, because it's a little bit more, what's the word? Might not be able to see it as much. Like this satin, it does show up. Yeah. So this is what our pleats are looking like once we've pinned it together. And then we're going to go on the sewing machine, and how we're going to do it, we're going to fold it back over like this, and we're going to sew on our wrong side down there, 2 centimetres. So I'm just going to take that over. So I'm just going to, so now I've got it secure, I'm just going to take the pin out and then hold it from where I am. There we go. I think this pattern does start with the more fiddly details, and then you go along, it's a bit more.
That's lovely though, isn't it, to be able to learn these techniques as well as a beginner pattern?
Yeah.
Sometimes you still want to be able, you get into dressmaking because you want to learn, we want to challenge ourselves.
Yeah,
we want to learn these skills.
Yeah, and it's such a small detail in it, so you do learn, but it's not a big design detail. So if it is your first time, then it's absolutely fine. So it's a very small pleat just along the top there. I'm just going to snip our threads as we go. You always think it's going to be quicker to snip at the end, but it never is. We're going to sew in the second pleat. Again, just taking our pin out, making sure those notches are nicely lined up.
When did you start dressmaking then, Holly?
When I was about 21, so it must be, gosh, I can't do my math, maybe like...
Was this at university then? Or?
No. Yeah, so I was, during my first job, I worked in special needs as a nanny, and I just wanted a creative hobby around my full-time job, basically. And sewing came to me. And then I decided that I wanted it to be more my job than a hobby. And I was looking into, I really liked pattern drafting. Like, that was the thing. I thought, oh, that's what I want to learn. But instead of just doing, you can go and learn that in a separate course. But at the time, I was in a place in my life that I could just go back to uni. So at like 20, I think I was 27.
Right.
So I'd been sewing for a while as a hobby. And at 27, I went to do a fashion design degree, so I thought, oh, I'll learn everything. And yeah, so I did that. I graduated in 2020 in the summer. So when there was obviously no jobs in fashion or anything like that, and I just I had a small following, a very lovely following, about a couple of thousand on my Instagram, which was. Yeah, at uni they say if you set up on Instagram, it's like it's a secondary to your portfolio. People will look up, you just put your skills on. So I thought, well, I haven't got a job, so I'm just gonna sew and put it on the internet. And with COVID, and it just became popular. My following grew. So to answer your question, I've probably been sewing about 13 years. Yeah. But I started off as a home sewist, and then trained, and then doing these things.
And now, so is a lot of your content online still dressmaking? Do you do other bits of sewing, or is it all dressmaking?
Mainly dressmaking. Yeah, mainly dressmaking. I started, because I graduated in 2020, we didn't finish my graduate collection, so I did start sewing some of like more elaborate things on there. That's how I'm following through. And then now when different opportunities come up, it's turned into a bit of my life, and a bit of sewing, a bit of that, you know, those sort of things. But yeah, mainly dressmaking. Right, so there we go. So we've got our pleats all in like that. So as you can see, it's a very subtle detail, but it does look slightly different to when it's in the print. And this is when we just want to press the, I'll show you around this way as well.
Any particular way you want to press those pleats?
Out towards the shoulder, the person recommends. So when we're doing it with this fabric, we're just going to take it slow and not super hot. Don't go straight in with the heat.
Do you use a pressing cloth ever, or just a low heat?
Low heat, can use a pressing cloth, yeah, but I'm just taking it in and doing low heat on this one, but just a literal, very small press, just to guide it in. Set your stitches. There we go. But yeah, I do love dressmaking. I would like to have a go at a quilt, but it's mainly dressmaking. There we go. But yeah, just
don't say that to them upstairs, because they will give you quilts to demonstrate.
Oh gosh, no, I won't be a pro in that. I'll be like, no, don't. My first quilt. Yeah. Oh, it'd be lovely to
do it now, live on the telly.
Yeah. But yeah, right, there we go. We're snipping them down. So that is our front done. Then we're going to go in with our back. And now, so once the detail's done, we attach the front to the back. So how it's assembled is we do the bodice front and back, and then stitch at the front. Right, quite interesting. Yeah. So I'm just going to take this off here. I always keep everything attached to the pattern.
If you look at that, you would be thinking, what is that? Is that a front? Is that a back? Is that the left? Is that the right?
That's what I always do. I always put like a little note to say front, back. Because, even if you remember, I don't remember. I'm like, okay, we'll just, as long as it's written down, it's fine.
Everyone's loving the pattern, by the way.
Oh,
Everyone is loving the pattern. It's sizes 6 to 24, just to answer questions. It's all within one pattern, so you don't need to be choosing a smaller or a larger pattern. I love that, because quite often you could fall in between two patterns, and you're like, oh, do I go with the smaller, do I go with the bigger? They're all on there. So if you're making for a friend as well, or if you're wanting to make it for somebody else, you've got all of the sizes on there. Do you trace them out to your size, or cut them out to your size?
For this, I have cuts, so it's easier to see, you know, when we're demonstrating, you can see the thing, but I would trace it off personally. I would, and then you can adapt it, like you said, or you can go from one size to another, grade it out, or just make it again. If you think, oh, actually, we change sizes, you know, you got more money for, you know, you use it more for your money. Right, so for this pattern, of this I've chosen to use French seams, because for this dress, I don't know if you can see inside, maybe we'll see, but we can see our seams. So it is, these seams down here are exposed.
Okay, so think about how it is.
Think about how you're going to be finishing it. And this is obviously a complete personal, I think finishing the seams a personal sewing trait. You know, you have your favourite seams, but there are certain seams that, you know, more elevated than others. So with the French seam, I'm going to be doing a French seam today, where it basically encloses the raw edge. So we haven't got a raw edge. For this pattern, we have got a 1 centimetre seam allowance, which is very small for a French seam. So if you're more elevated sewing, a bit more skilled, you'll be able to do it with a 1 centimetre seam allowance. If you're not, we just basically would be make your seam allowance a little bit larger. So maybe extend it to 2 centimetres.
Does that mean that I need to cut the pattern pieces larger?
Yes, so it does take a little bit of thinking about where you're going to be putting the French seams, because if we're making our seam allowance larger, we need to make sure we use that seam allowance, otherwise it will make the pattern larger. So for example, I know I'm going to be putting a French seam down this shoulder seam, because we can see it in here. So I would extend, I haven't done it on this one purely because I don't want to adjust the pattern for the TV, but I would put another centimetre along here. So in your pattern it does say what seam allowance you've got. If it's a 1.5 centimetre, you would be able to probably make it work. But on the 1 centimetre, you might want to add another 1 centimetre when you're cutting it out.
Now, as a beginner, would you recommend just zigzagging?
Yeah, or you zigzag, exactly. So
casting, a lot of these machines now.
Yeah, exactly. So there's so many ways of how you can do it. So so if you're a beginner, you could stitch it together and then finish it off with a zigzag or overlock it, or definitely. But for today, I
Yes,
Yeah.
lovely to see a French seam.
So with a French seam, you kind of have to work backwards. A lot of, normal sewing, you go wrong sides together and then work on this. But with a French seam, you work with wrong sides together.
Fun fact, did you know in France they call them English seams?
No, I didn't know that. No.
That's what I thought. I actually think that is true. Correct me if I'm really wrong, but I'm sure Adam Brooks told me that, and he might have been joking, but...
I'll take it. That's going to be my sewing fact now. So we're just going to pin it with wrong sides together. I am using a few pins. With satin, this satin does take pinning for short term, but sometimes you want to be careful just not to mark your fabric with too many pins. So it's a fine line of pinning it to keep it together, or you can use clips. It depends. A lot of people do love using clips. So I'm going to pin it all together, and I'm going to sew with 1/2 centimetre seam allowance along here and construct.
Somebody else would a double gauze be suitable for this?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it'd be lovely. It would give a more summer, spring feeling. You wouldn't get as much drape. It may be a little bit more structured. Yeah. And when we're putting it in here, you would see a little bit more of the gathering, and on the pleats, you'll see it a bit more defined. But yeah, it'd be lovely. Yeah, it'd be really lovely. Yeah, because you could definitely, even because it is like a midi to knee length, you could even extend it and just have the longest length up the front. So yeah, it'd be perfect. Yeah, it'd be lovely. We've got very, formal occasion fabric, but double gauze. Yeah, it'd be lovely.
Yeah, I wasn't wrong. It's called an English seam.
It is an English seam.
Yeah, it's an English seam.
That is really interesting.
But it's actually, go on, Joe, tell me in French. Concheur anglais.
Ooh, I don't know any French, so I'm impressed by that.
But you were learning a bit of French.
I am.
Weren't you?
I was, yeah. And I was reading it, and I was like, actually, no, that's the French side. Perfect if you're learning French.
Now, you didn't look at the video, did you?
No, I didn't. No, I just went by the instructions.
Yeah, but there is
the
a full
images.
video. I'm going to have a look at it whilst you're sewing this.
Yeah. I think that's really lovely to have a video as well, because everyone learns differently, don't they? Sometimes you have a visual learner. What's this?
Oh, here you go, guys. Oh, it's in French. I need to translate.
So there we go. There's our seam cut with our 1/2 centimetre seam allowance. I'm just going to trim down, because where our pleats are, it's slightly bulky, where we obviously have a few layers of fabric. So we're just going to trim that down very carefully. We also want to trim a little bit off, because with our French seams, we don't want to expose the raw edge when we turn it around. I think if you're sewing with a luxury fabric, I think it's nice to have your inside looking beautiful as well. Right, move those bits out of the way. Right, so that's how we're looking. Now for the French seam, we're then going to turn it round the other way. And we're going to put it like that. With our French seam, now the trick is to get a really tight, lovely French seam. We want to push our stitch line right to the edge. So we're going to give it a little press. Again, we're being gentle with the satin fabric. And I think with satin, to get the most beautiful finish, there's a few techniques and things that we really need to pay attention to, like pressing, tension on your stitch. That can really alter how. Just turn it up a little bit. I can afford to go a little bit higher. How the finish is with satin, it does show your stitch length, your stitches, if your tension's not set absolutely perfectly. So it's always good to get a scrap bit of fabric and really test your stitch length, stitch everything. Don't test out on your main bit of fabric. Yeah. on what you're stitching.
Check and see first.
Yeah, definitely. So when we're pressing these French seams, we'll also take an opportunity to just press those pleats into place. And now, so this is how we're looking. It's all nicely enclosed, as you can see. That was pushing that right to the edge. If this is your first time doing a French seam, and we are using a slightly bouncy fabric, it doesn't behave as much as potentially cotton or double gauze would really hold its shape when we're pressing.
Yeah.
With cotton and double gauze, if you are doing a French seam, you definitely would need your 2 centimetre seam allowance. It's just because it's a little bit more bulkier structured fabric. And now we're going to run a second line of stitching along here, and this is when we're going to enclose the raw edge. And again, we're stitching with a 1/2 centimetre seam allowance.
It always sounds so fancy and couture, doesn't it, doing French seams? But actually, it is just getting your head around sewing the right sides together.
Yeah, it is. And that's the thing, when you think about it, is it right, is it wrong? Because you naturally want to do right sides together and then turn it around.
And that's it, yeah.
But yeah, it's just going the other way. It's actually sometimes it's quite easy because you can lay it, you pin it as if you're going to see the garment.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it's definitely worth, you know, testing it out. And it's a great seam. You can just test it out on a scrap bit of fabric, and then especially if you're using a fabric with a very prominent right or wrong side, then it can make it a little bit easier to learn.
Can I show you how fantastic this video is as well? Because it's literally half an hour long, and all you need to do is literally scan the QR code, and this is the bit that Holly was showing now with the pins, with the darts on the shoulders, and it is, even if you're not listening to the French, you can literally watch it step by step. And if you can scan through it, you can choose which section you want, and you can watch, and literally they make the whole garment.
Oh, fabulous. Well, that's brilliant, isn't it? Because sometimes, you know, we all learn and watch it, you know,
if you're
so
reading
different ways.
something, I just can't quite visualise what it is they're doing.
See it being done. Perfect.
So you do get that whole video tutorial with your pattern as well, which is why I say this pattern house, I think it's brilliant. You don't really get that very often.
No, it's lovely. No, it's really good. Okay, so there's our French seam finished. Obviously, I've sewn in contrasting stitching so we can see it. Normally, I would sew in matching threads. So that would be our inside, which is lovely. So that's
nice.
That's what it looks like in the inside.
Oh, that is fantastic.
And that would be our outside. You just cut a thread. Yes, so this is our, if I lay it, hopefully you can see it on camera, our front, there we go, you can see, front and our back. So it's a really nice pattern to visualise as we sew, you kind of see how it's going to go together. And then because we do it, because it mirrors, you do one side then the other side, so it's not, you know, it's the same techniques. So yeah, so that's our first bit done. So next we go on to the two-part. Either we can go on to working on our neckline, our facing, or we can hem our sleeve. That's the word, sleeve. Yes, so because this pattern, basically we hem it, we construct it completely, and then sew it all together down one side, which is quite a nice way of doing it. So you do all the nice little fiddly sewing bits, and then
you just construct.
Yeah, and then you're done. Yeah. So let's do facing. So
the facing, it doesn't have. Do they use interfacing?
No, they don't. No, they don't. So which could still be an option. I think potentially if we're using this type of very light fabric, like I haven't interfaced this, but you probably still could. It might make more structure. But with this pattern, we do interface the neckline. Because it's on the bias, this is a very, what's the word, just very temperamental. You've got to be careful with it. It's very fragile because when we cut on the bias, it can be easily stretched.
Yeah.
So when we're working on this area, we really want to be delicate. We don't want to pull it. We don't want to manoeuvre it too much. So for this, you added a bit of interfacing along here. I've done the back, but I'll quickly show.
Just a bit of lightweight, medium weight?
Yeah, I use lightweight. Yeah, I use lightweight for this one. And you basically just cut, the pattern just says cut a 2 centimetre strip and apply it to the front. So I'm just going to do that. Obviously with interfacing, I've cut it a little bit longer, but I will snip it down because we don't want interfacing on anything, do we? Because interfacing can...
Oh, yeah, stick to everything.
Stick to everything. Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's the saying like, oh, measure twice, cut once. With interfacing, just double check it's the right way. Because I think we've all been there when we've put our iron on and gone, oh, no.
Yeah.
Why thinking, oh, it's on the iron. So yeah, just a bit of lightweight, and this really does help strengthen the neckline on it. So instead of using, so I suppose instead of interfacing the facing, we are strengthening it on the right side of the fabric. Let me see. So I'm just going to line this up. Again, we're going to be careful with the iron, because again, this is with satin, we want to find that fine line of it's warm enough for the interfacing to melt on, but not too much of this. Yeah.
Once again, like you say, just
yeah, that's a better word than me saying melt on. But yeah, it's a practice. Again, if you are worried or a bit nervous, you can always just get a little scrap and test it out. You know, I think that's the key, of just testing everything out. And sewing is all about experience. It's all learning experience.
Is that like a cotton interlining you're using, or is it just like the Visaline?
Visaline, yeah.
So this one we've got, which it's useful to have in your stash anyway, so we'll do it, but I don't think, you might not necessarily use it for this. Have you used one of these before?
Yeah, I used that on, I always use it, but it's more, more heavyweight.
It's more like a fabric than than an interfacing. It's got that cotton on the one side, and then the other side has got the glue dots that you're then going to adhere it to your fabric. So this would be really lovely because it adds lovely structure, but it's so soft.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you need, something really light. Yeah, it'll be brilliant, and it will really secure your bias, so it will stop any stretching, or minimise the stretching on it. But yeah, it's lovely. I have used that. Yeah, I got sent that as well.
I think we normally do this, cut to order. So if you want to get a couple of units of this whilst it's in stock, it's only £4.99. If you've opened your order already, it might be something you want to add to your dressmaking stash, and it is beautiful quality. Visaline, medium woven interlining, 90 centimetres, half a metre, but it's cut to order for £4.99. We got it in black as well, Ben. Ben was saying he's not seen it before. I think it's a new product that we've got in from Visaline.
No, it's lovely.
I'm not sure whether this is the one that Alistair used or similar to what you put in like a tie, or I don't know, but it is really soft. It is like your fabric as opposed to a stiff interfacing.
Yes, yeah. And then when I first arrived in the post, actually, I thought, oh, I've got fabric. But yeah, it's lovely. It's really, really nice, because interfacing, can be, you need to get it right, don't you? Okay, so we've attached the front to the back. We're now going to go on to our facing. Like we said, you could interface it if you feel, I think sewing also does have an element of how you feel, your experience, what you prefer, you can have some judgment around, you've got your pattern and it says everything beautifully in there, but you can use your own judgment to adapt things. So anyway, I've done the facing already here. We've got a front facing and a back facing, and we just stitch it together. I've just stitched that together with a 1 centimetre seam allowance and pressed open, so it's nice and flat. So for this facing, it does say to finish the edge of the facing, because when we're inside, we will see here I've done a different hem. Here I've done a rolled hem, and on this one I've done a pin hem. So again, it's your preference of what you like. You can hem it, or you could just overlock it if you've got an overlocker, or shorter on time, or again what you prefer. But I thought it'd be quite nice to talk about a pin hem, because it's a very nice hem on a lightweight fabric.
What is a pin hem?
It's a very, very small lightweight hem. So you would do it more on these type of fabrics, very light chiffon, anything very, very light, and it gives you a very smooth, thin pin hem, as it sounds. When I was taught, it was called a pin hem, but I think there is some other names for it. Where's my sample? Yes, I've done it on there, but I thought I'd just do a quick demo on a bit of scrap fabric. So I think it's quite nice to, when I talk about sewing online, it's like not everyone likes what my personal style of clothes, but I think it's quite nice to talk about techniques, and then you can just apply it to whatever you're doing. And it's just, again, when we're talking about, it's your choice of what you're going to do.
That's what I love about dressmaking, is the creative flair that you can add to it, because quite often when we're sitting here and we're talking about quilting, it's you have to get that right for it to fit a certain block. And I was on with Stuart last week, and we were doing a bag, and he had dots in this bag, and he said, do you know what, it's really nice, it's like the creativity of dressmaking, you still, it's one end of the scale or the other way. You have got to make sure you've got your points matching on your quilt, and that's really satisfying. But then what I love about dressmaking is that you can add your own creative flair, make your own choices.
Yeah, and you might think, oh, I might try this technique, or be like, oh, actually, no, I prefer this technique.
Yeah.
But and again, you can always just test the technique out before you put it on your main
In the
garment.
pattern, do they guide you on what to do?
It doesn't
Or
tell
a
you.
hem.
It doesn't tell you what type of hem.
Hem.
No, it tells you seam allowance, and it says to finish it, and make sure they tell you which edges to finish. But it's kind of up to you how you prefer.
Okay, so this is a nice way of doing it with these fabrics.
Yeah, exactly. So how are we going to start our pin hem? So because this is a 1 centimetre seam allowance, it does give you that allowance. So you have that in your mind of how much we've got to work with. So first of all, so we've got our edge here. I've just folded the edge over about 1 centimetre. I've pinned it down, but I wouldn't necessarily always pin it down, but just for when you're trying it out, learn like that. So we can then go along and we're going to stitch as close as we can to this folded edge. And kind of the closer you get to the edge, the smaller your pin hem's going to be. So that's quite a nice way to think. Again, so if you can't stitch as close to the edge as you would like, that's absolutely fine. This means your hem's going to be a little bit larger. But all these techniques is experience and just practice. I think with sewing, everyone says, oh, how do I learn? How do I do this? I want to be really good. It's like practice.
Yeah.
No one's great at, everyone's always learning. Everyone's practicing. I think that's the joy of sewing. It's just
Enjoy the process of it.
It is, yeah. And you will make mistakes. Not everyone who sews makes mistakes. Even how amazing you are, you still make mistakes. Everyone's got seam rippers for a reason, haven't they? Okay, so it looks like that. So we've got our stitch line as close as we can get to the folded edge. We're then going to take our scissors. Got some thread caught up. We're going to snip down, look at time. We're going to snip down this edge as close as we can get. So again, this is a part which you might want to take your time with because we don't want to cut into our...
Hang on, so what is it that you're snipping? Can you show us where it is that you're...
Sorry, yeah. We're snipping
okay.
as close as we can get to the stitch line. So we're cutting off the raw edge. And we're just cutting down. I think that's a bit easier to see. And I'll just show you there. There we go. It's a bit
nice.
So yeah, it would look like that. So we're going to cut all the way down. So it does take a bit of patience.
Yeah.
Especially if we're using, this is probably like the heaviest weight. I would go over pin hem. But if you're using chiffon, silk is a brilliant skill for silk. If you've got a scarf or, you just run a pin hem around a bit of silk and you've got a lovely silk scarf. Right, so that's how we're looking. We're then going to fold it over like so. Again, you might not need to pin, but if you want to, then it's quite handy. So we're going to push that as far as we can across, like that.
Is this how you're doing your sleeves, or is this the bottom would you do the bottom of the dress like this? Or
You could do. Yeah, you could do. Yeah, if you're using a lightweight fabric, then I would definitely do it on the end because it will give a lovely flowy, you haven't got that weight of a hem. On this one, I have done a 1 centimetre rolled hem, so a very small rolled hem. But yeah, you could use it on everything, yeah. So then we're going to fold it over and then we're going to run a second line of stitching, if you want to. It looks nice if you aim for your first line of stitching, but it's not.
Right, so over that line.
Yeah,
okay.
so over that line. So we're just going to pop that under.
And you'll be doing this in a matching thread anyway, won't you?
Yeah, exactly. I'm doing contrast, so we can see, but it would be matching threads. So yeah, and it's such a small hem, I think with sewing, sometimes it's when you make a mistake or something goes, oh, that's not quite right. It's only you that know it. When you get it on, no one really can see it. And then we're going to push that, roll it over tight to the edge, and we're going to stitch it over the top again. I'm just going to remove the pin. Sometimes it's easier to pin it down, sometimes it's not, because it naturally wants to sit nice and flush. Pin that off. And that's the wrong side. And then our right side would look like that. So you can zoom in.
Lovely.
But so it's a really nice lightweight hem, which I think really works. I might just press it because.
No, that will look so nice on your sleeves, or
Yeah,
it will still add really lovely sort of drape.
Yeah, exactly. It's just you don't, sometimes when you're using a very lightweight fabric and you add a rolled hem, it can add some volume and some bulk. But yes, that's what.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, so I think it's just really nice if we're working with the satin. Obviously, it still work with a very light viscose because this is a very light viscose. But yeah, I think it's just a nice. If we're going to be sewing with satin, I'm going to take a time. Then why not elevate it as much as we can, test out some new skills. So I've done that on the facing.
Yeah.
And now we attach the facing to the necklines. I'm just looking at the time.
Yeah, we're all right.
We got time? Yes, so when we have got our interfacing that secures this edge, but we do want to, when we're attaching it, really just be delicate with it. Use our pins. Don't manipulate it too much. Again, as you can see, I have my markers sort of back and front because I'll just forget.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when it's the same back and front. I bet it's an easy mistake to make.
Very
obviously
easy.
slightly different. It's got to be different shaping, obviously. So
Yes.
it must be.
Yeah, it's very, very similar, but slightly not the same. So it could be very easy.
Front and back.
Yeah, it could be very easy just to mix it up. And obviously, I've made this before, and I'm still like, which bit knows what?
Yeah.
But so it's very natural, especially when you are using a lightweight fabric. Sometimes it's like it all floats around. So we're going to just line that up nicely, and we're going to pin. Again, we can use clips if you prefer, but we're going to pin across here. I was worried that this fabric would mark with the pins, but it doesn't. No.
And you were saying, I might have to go a bit slower because it could be very slippy, and it's actually like you
I
said,
don't know.
it's gripping well.
Because our wrong side is got some grip to it, and it's obviously I cut it out and thought, oh, we'll sew with it. I haven't sewed with it until we got here, but I thought, oh, it's a bit shiny, but it's not. The inside has got some lovely grip to it, very similar to cotton grip actually. Yeah.
Gosh, I honestly as well can't believe the price of those bundles, $14.99. It's a really good way of getting a beautiful occasion dresses. How much are you going to pay for them? To have one that fits you perfectly, then you're going to be able to make it again and again and again in all different fabrics.
It would look so different in different fabrics as well. It's one of those patterns that would be like completely different.
Yeah, do you ever find that if you're wearing something and someone says, I love that, and you're like, it's the same pattern as
Yeah, I think it's really interesting when you do that. Like, I made a pair of trousers with very similar satin and then denim.
Yeah.
Same trousers, but just a completely different vibe and look. Yeah, I think it's really, really lovely. Okay, so we've pinned in the facing. So it naturally wants to sit like this. So again, we just be cautious not to pull it about and just let it sit how it wants to sit. When I do pin these to eliminate any, or try to eliminate any stretching, obviously we're not perfect, no one sews perfectly. There will be some type of stretching as much as we try not to. I always try and line up the shoulder seams so we kind of got that pivoted, like secured down, so we know where we're going. So now we're ready to sew. Normally, sometimes I do tend to sew downwards, the way that it flows. So I would tend to start here, sew down, and then start there and come back and sew down that way. Again, I think it's just quite nice for just the way it sits and the flow of sewing. So this is sewing with a 1 centimetre seam allowance. So we're literally just going to stitch a line down there. And when we're sewing this, again, we just don't pull it under the machine. Just let it flow as much as you can, and just guide it without pulling it, because it is all those sort of things. I think we've all been there when we're learning. We think, oh, it's fine, and then you get it off and you go, oh, actually, it has stretched a bit.
While you're just doing that, I'm just going to run through these pockets
Yes, of
because
course.
I've got 3 leopard prints. How cool are these? Now, these are poplins. These are cottons, poplin weights, and they're wide. Are they wide? Hang on. Yeah, they are. I think it's 140 wide. I think it's 140. These are 2.5 metre bundles. 2.5 metre bundles. In fact, actually, because of the width of this, we've actually put more of it in for you. So you're getting 3 metre bundle. Now, I love this, and I'm thinking for loads of projects, or for bag makers as well, for quilters. It's a new fabric, I think, in that lovely mauve colourway, your purple, in the royal purple, for $22.99. These have been selling on pre-order. We've got less than 10 bundles remaining. That's a great price at $22.99. Bear in mind that's 3 meters, 100% cotton, digital print. I love it. It looked great in this dress. A little bit more structure to it, as it is slightly, it's not as drapey as the other viscose and the satins that we were looking at, but this is still going to be a lovely option for this dress or for any other projects in mind. But the shirt that we're doing in the next hour, I'm so excited for that, by the way. I've had so many people messaging in and loving my spring gingham shirt. It's actually one of the patterns that's coming up in the next hour, Friday Pattern Company. And there's lots of options. There's the tie at the front, which looks nice. You could have it as more of a relaxed, do you like it? You could then also have it as a more of a relaxed fit as well, but it's really nice in the gingham, isn't it? Really nice. And then we also have the green, bottle green, 3 meters, $22.99. These are all really popular. They've been selling on pre-order. Well done if you got it already. 7 left. Only 7 of those left. $22.99. Can't go wrong with an animal print, can you? I love leopard print. Almost as much as Jenny Jackson. Jenny Jackson loves anything leopard print. She's actually, you know, the Aliso iron, there's an edition that's in America only at the moment. And she's like, are you going to get this in? Are you going to get this iron in? Because she's just bought the pink one. She bought the pink, the large one, and the mini iron. And she's saying, oh, I'm going to get the leopard one as well. Look at this. Your leopard, this time in your monochrome. This would look fab, wouldn't it, in the dress? Just remember, actually, thinking about it, if you are thinking of maybe they are slightly slippy, if you're a bit nervous, doing those techniques on a more structured poplin cotton is going to work really well.
Yeah, definitely. Try on cotton and then you can work your way up. You know, like you just get more drapier.
Yeah.
The more structured, because cotton does behave. You press it, it stays. You know, so yeah, it might be a good idea to start.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about the heat of your iron or melting it. £22.99. They're all in single figures. It's just a matter of who can get them first. 3 meter bundles, $22.99. They'll both sell out. There's only 5 of those now. Fabulous. Is there anything else that you wanted to mention?
No, we'll just show you we got the facing on, and sometimes when you put it down, it does just sort of sit funny, but you don't want to be like, oh, let's straighten it out, because again, you'll think of it as a 3D. Yeah. So we just got our facing on. I'll just quickly share. So obviously we'll press it down and then you would unstitch your facing. But for this, we'll just show you what that would look like. I think that looks very, very nice in that. Yeah, very nice. I don't know if you
It's going to look, oh yeah, that's a good idea. It's
there
going
we
to look beautiful in these
like
fabrics.
how you can see the difference of what a fabric can really do.
Oh my word.
Yeah, I'm going to finish this dress for me.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think that just gives you can see the drape, and you can see the pleats a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, spin it small that way, that's it.
There we go. Can you see?
That's cool.
Yeah, I think it just gives a lovely, lovely drape. And then once that's stitched together like that, you've almost got like a waterfall effect. Yeah, it's lovely.
Gorgeous. Love it. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you so much.
We've got the blouse clip in the next hour at 11 o'clock, so do make sure you stay tuned. If you want this dress, if you've been watching the demo, now is the time to be checking out. It's £19.99 and it's all sizes from 6 to 24. You're getting your full instructions. Remember, with your QR code for the full video tutorial. You've got today's demo with Holly that will be on our YouTube channel, but you've also got the full YouTube demonstration. It's a fabulous pattern house. We've loved working on this one. Beginner-led pattern as well. If you are after a dress that you'll be wearing all spring, all summer, any occasion, even ones that you can then take on your holidays, then this is the pattern for you. There's so many of you got it in your basket, so I'll give you a few minutes over the break to check out. We're coming back with an offer on the Britannia cover stitch machine. If you're a dressmaker, if you want to take your finishing to the ultimate professional level, the cover stitch machine could be for you. And it is not just going to be a little bit discounted. We're taking a massive chunk of money off the machine. Lots of other dressmaking tools as well to bring you. So stay where you are. Holly's going to be joining me at 11 o'clock, but we're back with our dressmaking tools after this.
Sewing Street's designer butt competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's Designer Block competition.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric, and it's a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down, and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you join them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end, and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across, and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You can stitch a longer line, or you can stitch outside, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool in various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hello, welcome back. Super excited for this. So, Hayley is on her holidays at the moment. I think she's actually officially back today. Oh, she is working today. She's back. I thought that she was still in Edinburgh. No, she's back today. I'm just going to move my microphone because it's tucked in between my my shirt there, and I'm just checking that you can hear me. There we go. Sorry. Right. Now this is one of our best selling, well, it is our best selling cover stitch machine. This is the Britannia. Normally it goes on air with George. He has done many a demonstration on this before. So if this has been on your wish list, now is the time to get it. Now, when you're looking at this, it looks like an overlocker. It's not an overlocker. It's not going to construct your garments. It hasn't got a blade on it that's going to cut off the edges of your seam allowance. What it does, and it's actually easier to thread, by the way, for anybody who's thinking, oh, there's 4 threads, it looks really scary. It's actually really simple to thread, as it's got the colour guiding code under here, and there's no sort of difficult lower loop to be threading. But this is going to give you the most professional finishes with your stretch garments. Well, with any garments actually, but with stretch in particular, it's a game changer. So if you have a look on any of your garments in your wardrobe that you have bought from a shop, and it has, if you have a look at the hem and you look underneath and it has a chain stitch on the back, so it looks like an overlock stitch on the back, but when you've looked at it from the front, it just looks like a running stitch or a twin needle stitching. That's what this machine does. So this is the ultimate finishing machine. Your alternative option would be obviously to overlock it and then hem it. This is going to do that all in one go, because it's still going to allow you to have the stretch because it's got that chain stitch on the back, but the front of it is just going to look like a really perfect running stitch or twin needles along the front. There are so many people who I know have bought this machine and said this is an absolute game changer for anybody who works with jersey, if you want to have that stretch. Like we said, in fact, actually, look, you can see it here in action. This is one of George's shows when he was here back on the 23rd of December. That was my last show with him just before Christmas. And this was £499, am I right? So you've got the 3 needles there if you want to do 3 needles. If you want to have the twin needling on the top there, or if you want to have 3 needles, you can use it with 2. You can also have it that it has 1 lovely running stitch on the front. But what is brilliant, so you put it forward, it's got a cutter on the side there, like with your overlocker, and then in a second, George will show you what it looks like on the back. So on the front, you've got that triple row stitching. Imagine this on your denim. Imagine this on your activewear, on your hoodies, on your leggings. And then on the back, can you see, it's got that really fab sort of chain detail. It might show you a little bit closer in a second. But this is all available to watch that full show. But there you go. So you've got the stitching on the front. I love my Britannia cover stitch. It's an absolute game changer. There you go. That's exactly what I said. Works beautifully with the waveliner too, which is a different attachment that I know you can get. But can you see there, when he's stretching it, you are not going to get that moment of having pop, 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 your stitches popping. So as he stretches that, and it's not, you don't need to move the tension dials, he keeps it as it is, and no matter what fabric he was running through, it didn't have that lettuce wavering effect. It's amazing. Now, there's already people who have got this in their baskets. If you want this today, we can do a deal. Now, George isn't here, and we really shouldn't be doing a deal because, yeah, George isn't here. But I spoke to Hayley, and Hayley was away on holiday. She was obviously in a very good mood because she's like, let's do it today. Take advantage because that is £100. I'm not talking 10 or £20 off, £100 further off, which now makes it hopefully a lot more achievable for you to then invest in that next professional level of your dressmaking journey. Split pay is on as well. Use your split pay. They're already going. Split pay is £133 today. If you've got it in your basket, now's the time to check out. 3-way split pay is on. It's what does that take your split pay down to? Let's wait for it. £133, 0% interest. So if you click on the split payment, that means that you will not pay any admin fee, any interest charges. You will literally just pay that first payment today, that next payment on the 1st of May, and the next payment on the 1st of June. It's a brilliant machine. It's a real workhorse. You can change your stitch length and your width on the side there. You can change the tension dials if you're working with dramatically different thicknesses of fabric. But, as I said, this has been something that I know a lot of people have been thinking about. We do sell another cover stitch machine. I believe, if I'm right, it's an Elna. it's £999. That's just to show you the difference in what you can pay and what we offer as a company on cover stitch machines. If you go to a professional factory facility where they are making garments, they have different, obviously different machines that do different jobs. And we all have these fabulous machines nowadays that obviously can give us overcasting stitches, give us different looks. But to be able to have a machine that does exactly that job itself. So as I say, it looks like an overlocker. It's not an overlocker. You don't need any specialist threads or any specialist. You can just use literally like your overlocker cones, which are the more affordable, you know, because you obviously will get through a lot of threads, the big cones on there. And you don't need any specific needles. I don't believe. I know that George will have gone through all this in the show, and I really recommend anybody that is investing in this today. I'm presuming you'll have watched George's show before. Can I show you as well? He's just showing on the video how easy it was to just take out a needle and using it with 2 needles. Because if you are working with a more delicate fabric and you just want that lovely twin needle finish on the front, but still with that ability to have that stretch on the back, there's a whole hour. There is a whole hour to watch on our YouTube channel. But if you can see here, I believe George has literally just taken out 1 needle. There you go. Using the little Allen key, it comes in with it. You get your little accessory toolkit that comes. It's taken one off that front section. Running some fabric through. Now, whether it be a heavy jersey, whether it be a lycra, whether it be like for lingerie, whether it be for swimwear, it is going to finish your garments in such a professional way. Now, just so you know, 10 have already gone. 10 have already checked out. We do not have endless amounts. How many did you start with, Ben? There are 9 of you who've also got it in your basket that you get to check out. I'm going to tell you, we have got literally 30 of those now remaining. 30, which sounds a lot. But when we've taken £100 off today, look at how smooth and how fast it was. And once again, he hasn't changed any of the settings, any of the tension dials, hasn't played around with any other difficult settings. And here you can see you've now got that really smooth, perfect twin needle effect. And then when you see on the back, he'll show you in a second. Oh, I wonder what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm distracting him asking all the questions. Look, and I look really cross with him. I hate watching myself back. I always look so serious. Oh, got my cover stitch way down the last time. Game changer. Oh, that's from Susan who messaged in today as well. Only been Sue for 3 years from Sue. Excellent machines. Sue loves hers. Oh, there you go. There's the back. Can you see how it gives you that overlocked finish? Because if you were to finish this, if you were to overlock all of your pieces, and then you were wanting to go back, it's another additional process to then go around your hem again and twin needle it. And you have to have, obviously, your overlocker as well, whereas this is that cover stitching machine. It's not going to construct your garments like an overlocker. It's a different machine to an overlocker. But, yeah, to be able to get that really fabulous finish, especially if you're working with stretch, it's a no-brainer. Just so you know, we now have 27 machines remaining. Thank you for your lovely reviews on FIFA as well. Brilliant machine, especially for the price. That's what I mean. This isn't an entry-level machine. This is not supposed to be, look, this is the really affordable one like you're going to be able to see in the middle aisle of a supermarket. Let's face it, you're not going to be seeing cover stitch machines in the middle aisle. But what is brilliant is that you've got that education on our YouTube channel of how to use the actual machine. We do a full unboxing of it, setting it up, putting the needles in. George threads it up with you so you can see that. Sorry, I haven't finished reading the FIFO message. It's dropped off the screen. But yeah, just talking there about the value for money, this is talking about the machine at £499. We're £100 off today. So brilliant machine for the price of £499. Easy to use and easy to thread. That is really important because I know when you look at a machine like this and you think, oh, is it an overlocker? Is this going to be like an overlooked thread? No. It's really straightforward to thread as well. Easy to thread. Sorry, I've stopped again and not finished reading the message. I think that was all I'd recommend it to anybody, is what the end of that FIFA review said. Anybody who is getting involved today, you're securing it today, because I'm on my own with it. I spoke to Hayley and I said, can we do anything on that cover stitch machine? We've got Holly in. It's going to be a really great dressmaking day. If you do want it, today it's £399. So here he is. What's he doing now? Oh, now he's changing his fabric up. He's talking about how you do not need to change any of the tensions, any of the different dials, and he's just gone from a jersey onto what looks like a four-way stretch lycra. He's about to run that through as well if somebody would stop talking. I'm really excited for him to see. I'm obviously really excited. Come on. It's all right. Just let him demonstrate. Just so you know, there's now 22 of these remaining. £399 or £133 on split pay. I've never taken it, I don't think, to that low. That's crazy low price. Oh, sorry, you can't hear him. I know you can't hear him, so I'm going to carry on talking. But he's talking about tensions. He's talking about not changing the tensions. There you go, just a little hem. Oh, he's going back to the another fabric. So that one's like a really stretchy lycra. The demo date for this, if you want to watch this show back, was the 23rd of December. So this was just before our Christmas, it was our Christmas show. Oh, look, is that like a teddy fleece, like a fleece? It just runs so smoothly through, no matter what fabric you're using. Not changing the dials, you're not going to get that wobbly wavy, is what he's talking about, that lettucing effect. If you do, then you can alter the tensions. Always practice with a little bit of scrap first, is what Holly was sort of saying in the last hour. If you're dressmaking, try it out. If you've not used that fabric before, then yeah, try it out with a little bit of scrap fabric. £133 and one of the best cover stitch machines. If George was going to bring you a cover stitch machine, and of course when we're talking about Franklin's, we're talking about our really high-end quality machines, quite often our Dukies, you know that they would not be bringing on machines if they didn't really champion them. So I know how much that they love these machines. As I say, the only comparison I can make to what we have here in our building is an Elna cover stitch machine, which is £1,000. It's £999. So fantastic to be able to see the difference in terms of the way it's stitching as well. Just £399, and there it is on the front where you've got that brilliant sort of twin needling on the front, and then the back of it has got that chain stitching. Sorry, this is really confusing because you see my lips move at different speeds, but this is a previous show back at the end of December if you do want to watch it back. They're still going, by the way. We've now got 20 of these machines remaining. I know that we haven't got endless amounts. 15 in baskets. 15 in baskets. Was everybody checked out? There's 5 left. I knew it was going to be brilliant because a lot of people have had this on their wish list. If you want to take the plunge today, it's the day to do it, as we've discounted another £100 off. There's now 19 of these machines remaining. £399. Split pays on at £133. I'm not here to rush or pressure you. You also get a, is it 2-year warranty? I'm saying 2 conservatively because it's either 2 or 3. So I think you'll get a 2-year warranty. Yeah, I'm going to say conservatively 2-year warranty with the machine as well. So see it for yourself. But honestly, if you are searching for a cover stitch machine, the proof is in the pudding. We have had so many people message in and leaving reviews of how much they love this machine. And if you were thinking, you know, it's going to be a big expense to get a specialist machine, to get that end result, that finishing. Well, look no further, because today it's a big chunk of money off, isn't it? Not just £10 or £20 off, £399. Your split pays £133. Yeah, have a watch of that show back on YouTube, 23rd of December. As I say, George goes through the threading of it, the setting up of the machine, going through lots of different fabrics, using the different attachments as well that you can get later on down your cover stitch sort of journey. But if you have any questions, please ask, because I've got a feeling this will all sell out today. There are now 19 of you who've got it in your basket and 19 literally remaining in stock. So just be aware, we've put them all available in there, 18 now in stock, 17 now in stock. If you want the very last, then I'm going to leave that with you. There's 21 in baskets. Okay. I'm going to leave it with you and I'll update you. I will update you. But please don't wait to ask any questions because, yeah, I don't think we'll have this later. Now, from one extreme to the other. Right, Bex Reed you can thank for this. I'm going to open this up because I want you to see the difference. It's an extra long tape measure. It's a retractable tape measure and it's one that Bex Reed loves. She actually asked the buying team to get this in. So if Bex Reed has asked for something, then yes, you know that it's going to be good. Now, it's always handy to have a good retractable tape measure in your kit, whether it be in your pencil case, in your handbag, whether you're a dressmaker, whether you're a bag maker, whether you're a quilter, whether you just need one in life. This is an extra long. So normally, are they 1 metre or 2 metres? How much do you normally get on a tape measure? What? There's normally a metre. This is 3 metres. 300 centimetres or 1.2 inches. So if you do need that extra length, oh, I'm going to get it all jammed up. No, gosh, that is a good retractor, isn't it? That is amazing. £3.99. One of those just to add to your order if you've bought anything today. Then if you have bought anything today, then that's just one of those things that you just should add to your basket. You've paid your post and packaging already. Handy to have and not something that we see every day. A 300 centimetre, 3 metre long tape measure. Centimetres, millimetres and inches. All on there. £3.99. That is really good, isn't it? Especially a retractable one as well. You can make a nice little case for that. I bet Bex is designing one as we speak. Yeah, this is a little tool that our Bex Reed asked our buying team to get in. You always need, and you always lose a tape measure as well. I've actually got a little one that I think that we had at sewing quarter saying measure twice, cut once, but I've lost it and I can't for the life of me find it. And I was looking for it the other day when I was trying to measure for a little side table that I wanted to put in Maisie's room. I couldn't find it anywhere. And it's just always handy to have an extra tape measure, isn't it? Whether it be in your handbag, whether it be living in that drawer of bits and bobs, handy to have one. But the 3 metre one is really handy. You're not going to have to stop and then find it again at the end and then move it along. I don't think I've ever seen one that's 3 metres before. Right, these are flying out, £3.99. If you've bought the cover stitch machine, if you've bought anything from Holly's show, if you've bought anything this morning, if you've bought anything on the web shop, your P&P is now covered for the whole day. You can still come in and add anything more to your order. Your card isn't charged until midnight tonight, remember. So what's great about our web shop is that you can keep adding to your order or amend your order until midnight tonight and your card won't be charged. Which is very different, isn't it, to most websites? Normally, if you check out your basket and you go back in an hour later, you're probably going to be paying that P&P again. Which, if you buy something like this, you're probably thinking, well, I don't want to be paying an extra £5 for your P&P, which I totally understand. But if you bought something already, then you may as well just add that in. Okay. Or if you're getting that, if you're thinking, yeah, I love it, I'm getting it while I see it, have a look what else is on the website. You can buy anything off the website. Do you want some more nice cheeky deals? Yes. Okay, I love these scissors. I own these scissors, and if you want to get yourself a really good pair of dressmaking scissors, as Holly was saying, to be able to cut out more difficult fabrics, to have maybe one that you cut out more difficult fabrics that you're happy for it to go through your paper if you're using it as a stabiliser, then this is a really, really good pair of scissors. Now, $24.99. There's only 30 of these left, and I don't know if we're going to be getting any more in. Do you know why? Because I know that this was a deal that our buyer Paul got in especially for a special show that call comes on air for. That's all I'm allowed to say. But they bought loads of these, hundreds of them, at a certain price. That's the only reason we could get these to £9.99. For a tenner, they're a really good pair of scissors. I'd have these in my kitchen drawer. Have a pair that you're ready, you know, if you are buying multiple pairs, obviously they are your fabric scissors, they're your lovely shears. Great for your dressmaking, great for your crafting. But at £10, I'd be getting another pair, giving them to my husband and saying, right, there you go, stop nicking my scissors. keep them for whatever you want to use them for, but don't use mine now. £9.99 to cut your bacon. Is that what you're thinking, Joe? I don't know if Kieran uses a pair of scissors for his work. I don't know. I've never asked him. I think he uses like a knife. Yeah. He does carpets, you see. Joe's asking if he uses a pair of scissors to cut the carpets. I don't think he does. I did say to him, though, he needs to get a pair of those electric scissors because they were amazing. Did you manage to get them, by the way, for... We're in talks with Munch, with Liam at Hobby Maker, with Liam, for my birthday show. And we're trying to get some really, really good deals. So you know I work on all the other sort of sister channels. I've been trying to steal some of the best bits for sewing related products, don't panic. We'll get some great things, but I've been trying to speak to the other teams to see what we can get. But look, let me give you a little demonstration. Thanks, Ben. There you go. That's what you want, isn't it? Is them to cut really, really well. Oh, yes. Did you hear that? It's the most lovely sound, isn't it? Oh, isn't it the most satisfying sound? £9.99 if you manage to get some of those lovely satins, or if you manage to get the lovely viscose fabrics. They come with a little pocket. What's it called? Is it? You sure? A sheath? And in a little box. For £9.99. April Fools, you just said a rude word. £9.99. Love that. 8-inch shears. Oh, here's a question for you. At what point did they turn from scissors into shears? I think it's 8 inches, isn't it? They're not scissors, these are shears. These are the very last. These are now the last of stock. They'll sell out today. They won't be able to come back. Levi's shaking his head at you two. Right. Oh, can we do these? Can we do the mandar ones? Sorry, I'm getting very excited because these are shears. Right, they come in a lovely box as well. Look, your mandar box. Oh. Oh. I think these are Stuart's, you know. Are these the ones that Stuart Hillard owns? Because they are, oh, look at them, ding, 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 glistening in the light. Oh, I must say, to have industrial forged, fabulous scissors. They are lovely, aren't they? Are they micro-serrated? No. No, they're not, which is good because you don't need to go and send these off to be professionally sharpened. You can sharpen them yourself. And what I love is the way that they are built. They're weighted, they're balanced. You can cut close, obviously you don't cut high up in the air, so that weight means that you're going to keep them flat to your desk when you're cutting. But, oh, there is something, I don't know what it is, but very satisfying about having a really great pair of big shears like this. Now, these are 10-inch shears. I'm going through a couple of layers here. And, of course, Mundale, they cut absolutely. They are sharp right to the tip, which I know sounds ridiculous, but that's what you want. You want a pair of scissors that you are going to get. I mean, just look. They're amazing. When I saw Stuart with his massive scissors the other day, I was just a bit in awe. You know when you're a bit taken aback and you're like, oh my gosh, look at your scissors. Look at your shears, they're amazing. Nickel-plated, carbon steel, fabulous Mundal scissors. Mundal's a really, really, really respected brand as well. It's been going for years and years and years. The forged line is Mundal's most complete assortment of scissors and shears, ranging from traditional dressmaking to very specially developed sewing and craft scissors. They are all tempered and nickel-plated for a lifetime of sewing satisfaction. To keep your scissors in good condition, maintain them in a clean, dry and safe place. When necessary, lubricate the blades and screw with a drop of lubricating oil. Just the blades and the screw with lubricating oil. Be careful when handling, obviously, they are sharp scissors, but aren't they amazing? Right, if you can afford to do it, these are scissors for a lifetime, aren't they? They're an amazing gift for somebody who's a dressmaker. They just look amazing, and they are weighted, balanced, gorgeous quality. Just love them. Sorry, I just haven't seen those before. Wanted to show you those. This is a luxury, isn't it? How are we getting on, by the way, with our Britannia? Can we just open the graphics so I can check stock? If you want the last of stock, we've taken £100 off today. Normally £4.99. Today, £399. Right, how many in baskets, Ben? We've got 15. There's 27 in baskets. There's 27 in baskets. That will sell out today. It's £100 off. Split pay is on. If I'm honest, that is a little bit too low. I know we're starting our clearance show at 12 o'clock, but that is £100 off. Fabulous. Especially on the machine that I know has been on a lot of people's wish list. The Britannia cover stitch machine today, £399. Have a serious think about it. Don't wait too long though. That is going to be coming up. Okay. Where should we go next, Ben? Wind the bobbin up. Thank you, Levi. He set all this up for us. Right, so this is your independent bobbin winder. It comes all completely packed into a really small case, portable case. So if you want to just sit on the sofa and have an evening of winding lots of bobbins up, or if you've got a machine that doesn't have an independent bobbin winder, I know some of the really high-end machines nowadays do have a separate bobbin winder, but otherwise you would have to use a full seam and then you go, bobbins run out. We've all done it. If you're thinking, I probably can get another seam before I have to wind the bobbin up, if you're constantly playing bobbin chicken, then have yourself some pre-wound bobbins ready to go, and this is the solution to do it. And it's completely, obviously, independent to your machine. It comes with, does it come with a charger? No, it doesn't come with a cable, but it's a USB-C. So it's one of those ones that you probably may already have in a house, or it is battery operated, so you can put batteries in there as well. But what is brilliant about it is it fits your small, your normal cones, but it also fits the larger ones, the big orifills, and you literally thread it into the antennae up here. That threads through, so that keeps the tension right, so that it winds this bobbin perfectly. So then there's arrows on the surface of the plate, so you literally pop it on here, up into the antennae, through the hole, round the winder, and onto your bobbin. And then you can see there is also little arrows here of which way it needs to be wound on. And then, look, you press your button. I'm going to leave it to go. It is super fast, but can you see how it's going up and down? There you go, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. So it is winding your bobbin perfectly evenly at the right speed and at the right tension. Because this is purpose-built to do one job, I've had people actually say that this winds their bobbins better than their sewing machine does, their high-end sewing machine. So yeah, it's purpose-built. It is designed to do that job. And it stops automatically when it's full. How good is this? So you can leave it then to go on its way. and then it stops. Now, you then cut it off with your nice new pair of big scissors, shears, snip it off. I can keep that stored on here, and I can then pull this out, and I can do another one if I want. There's a space for there's another peg there for it. You then take the antenna apart by just taking off the top section. That fits in the lid. There's a place for that to clip into the lid. This then folds down. This then pushes in. Lid goes down, and it is a fantastic portable bobbin winder. Whether you're taking this to classes, to workshops, on your holidays, to the sofa. If you are taking it from your sewing room to the sofa to do a little bit of sociable bobbin winding, it's $37.99, which I think is a brilliant price. In fact, we're going live today. We're dropping the price on this. Yeah, get the people involved. Get the grandkids winding the bobbin for you. Absolutely, Joe. They'd love that, wouldn't they? $19.99. And you can do it exactly the same colour. You can do the exact same colour as well as your top thread. So if you're, like we had the bobbins that were pre-round this morning, but if you're then going to put it with your Oracle or your Gutermans and you want it to be the same at the top and the bottom, then it's great to be able to wind your own bobbins, isn't it? Now, we have a simpler version of this that is the same price. This is supposed to be the high-end version. This is supposed to be the more expensive version. We've matched the price today. It's $19.99. It comes in a nice little box as well. So it has got instructions. It takes, I believe, 2 AA's, 3 AA's, 3 AA batteries, but you can recharge it as well, which is a great alternative option. Every single time this comes in, it sells out. Ben's dropped the price today as well, so under £20. What a great gift idea for somebody. It's got instructions on there as well. Bobbin winder has been great accompaniment to my brother embroidery machine. Fantastic. Wind all your bobbins for your machine, for your embroidery machine. Fantastic. Are you wearing a gingham today? Oh, I didn't realise Kat was wearing a gingham. I had a bobbin winder for a while. I wouldn't be without it. Brilliant. I love the fact that they've even thought about, having that extra antennae rod that you can then get your tension correct and the speed in which it winds it and the evenness that it winds it. It's brilliant, isn't it? $19.99, loads of FIFO reviews, using larger cones as well. Useful. You don't need to just use those 100-metre spools. You can use the larger cones as well. This is brilliant. Not having to unthread your machine. That's it, to wind a bobbin. Because normally you would sew a seam and go, I've just ran out of bobbin thread. Unthread your machine, pop it on the top, go round, and then having to do it, and then sew back, put your machine back. You can literally independently wind a bobbin up. This is so useful when sewing, as you can fill your bobbins without having to rethread your machine. Pamela agrees. Brilliant. £19.99. Now also remember, you have got storage space on here to be able to pop your bobbins as well. What's happened? I haven't heard about this. So you've got that antennae, pop that on here, thread this through. There are arrows as well. It is absolutely so easy to be able to use, but also does it very well. At $37.99, this is a brilliant price, but $19.99, you can't go wrong. Anybody who's managed to get the cover stitch machine today, get this as well. With the saving that you're making, $19.99. There's only 27 remaining in the whole of the stock. 26 now. That will sell out today. It's flying by today, isn't it? Can we do the Schmetz, please? Sorry, yes. I know that you are the biggest advocate of John James, and this is what it is. This is what's great about Sewing Street, is that we don't tell you you have to buy this brand unless you're Ben, and he'll tell you you have to buy John James. Also, you can fit your little spools in there as well. I'll just put some more in there. But Schmetz, I know, is a lot of people's needles, machine needles of choice. Now, these little packs, I say little packs, these bumper packs are brilliant. Now, these are your Microtex needles, which are Bex Reed's choice. These are absolutely amazing. So within the pack, you've got a pack of 100 size 70s. Now, initially, you look at that and you go, £50 for machine needles. You have got 100 of them, which makes them, if my maths is right, 50 pence a needle. So you've got your little anti-tarnish papers in there as well, so they will last. But your Microtex needles, if in doubt, use a Microtex needle. So if you're working with more difficult fabrics, these have got a really, really sharp point, and they're slightly sort of tapered compared to different machine needles. So I know a lot of people love Microtex needles for their dressmaking, for their bag making. In fact, I know Bex just uses it for her universal everyday sewing. Size 70, box of 100 of them, back in stock for £49.99 at 50 pence a needle. That is brilliant value for money for this quality. Easy to use for any sewing machine. You can obviously just put them into. That's one thing that I like about machine needles, is that, you know, you're thinking, oh, can I use this bobbin? Can I use this certain type with my machine? Whereas, you know, with your machine needles, they're also universal, so they'll be fine. But 100 of them at 50 pence each. If you know that you use them, if you know that, obviously we always talk about changing your machine needle every 8 hours of sewing, or every project, you should really be changing it. One of my friends, she's a fantastic sewer. She's amazing. She's actually a textiles teacher at school. And she was talking to me, she was saying, I need to get my sewing machine serviced, or I need to do this, or it's just skipping stitches. She says it's making a bit of a funny noise. And I said, change your needle. If you don't change your needle for ages, if you change your needle. And she did it, and she was like, oh my gosh, it's actually changing. Bearing in mind, she'd been sewing for years and years. And she was like, why don't I just think, change my needle? She actually thought there was something wrong with the machine because it was making a clunky noise. If your machine is starting to skip stitches, I've got universal as well. If your machine is skipping stitches, then change your machine needle. If you find that it's making a jumpy noise, then have a go at changing it. It might not be a fault in your machine as such. Rethread it and change your needle, everyone always suggests. $39.99, 100 needles for $39.99. I'll remember that. I was watching a reel the other day, a whole video of really funny TV bloopers. The moments where, you know, the presenters just can't stop laughing. And there was this weather girl, and we didn't even know the joke, but she was crying laughing through the whole of the weather. And there's something about news reporters or weather presenters, you know, when they're really quite serious, aren't they? And they just fall about in bits of laughter. It's just hilarious, isn't it? When there's, you know, the news readers, and they just get the giggles. No, I haven't seen the sneeze one. Oh no, he's midway through an important piece and he's just got his sneeze. It comes out of nowhere. Oh no. Happens to the best of us. I'm very good at tele-sneezing now, though. You wouldn't even know I'm sneezing now. I can do a full-on silent sneeze. I've been trying to teach Kieran because he does the loudest sneezes that, I'm not saying it irritates me because I love him dearly, but it really irritates me. Like, stop sneezing really loud. Can you control your sneeze? He's like, no. And he says, I like just to let it out, like, you know, really loud sneeze. I think it's since I've been working on the telly for years that I learned to just do a tiny little sneeze. And this time of year as well, oh my gosh, hay fever season is. Yeah, studio silent sneezing. Okay, they're your universal ones. Now, John James. Now, we've got a bundle of machine needles for you. So we've got the regular point. We got, well, 2 of the regular points. So they're slightly different sizes, 9 to 14 and 11 to 16. And then we've also got the twin needle. Lovely, and a leather machine needle as well. £8.46. Nope. I told you, we're not allowed to have favourites here, Ben. We offer variety, we offer choice. And yet Ben is here saying, but no, I feel like I have got to champion John James. I want everyone using John James needles. They're £6.49. £6.49. For all of them, that's really good, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 needles then. 14 needles, £6.46. Fabulous discount price. Speaking of discounts, please do not miss your cover stitch machine offer. Thank you very much, Hayley, for allowing us to do that cover stitch deal. But yeah, they are in officially limited stock. When we're talking about machine needles, though, definitely change your machine needle. You just have to do that. Good morning, Mr. Gibbs. Good morning, everyone. For £6.46. So I saw this brunch the other day where you go and you have, you know, cocktails, but you sing primary school songs. I was like, I really want to do that. I would love that. I was thinking for Kat's birthday, Joe, she'd like that. And we do all, like, you know, you do all your primary school songs. Oh. Maisie starts school in September. Oh my gosh. I'm very emotional about it. Yeah. She's turning 4 in a couple of days on the 10th. She starts school in September, yeah. £6.46. We find out what school she goes to in next week, couple of weeks. Oh, night. Oh no, she's not a baby anymore. Oh yeah, she called me an idiot the other day. I think that's from Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig. Got to answer for a lot. Yeah, Peppa Pig is really something's not. Peppa Pig's, yeah. We love Peppa Pig in our household. Everyone loves Peppa Pig, but yeah, some things I'm like, oh no, I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, should we do some bias tape? Oh, do you know the bias tape? Do you know the interfacing that we had here? This would work really well because it was on a bias. Although actually, I might need to ask Holly. Form band, Holly. Would you use a form band ever in your? Have you used this before? No. No. So it's saying here. Let me show you on the back of the packet so you can see. You use it on. Yeah, this is white. So you use it on this section here, on your shoulders and on your necklines to add that stability. So for that dress that we've just done, instead of cutting your 2-inch strips of normal interfacing, this is actually on the bias. So it's a bias tape, 12 millimetres, you get 5 metres of it. Yeah, so that would have been really good for the dress that we've just done. Just to add that stability under your arms, round the necklines, V-necks, round necks. It has that movement as well. £7.99, and it also comes in black as well. So depending on what fabrics you're using, if you're using a darker fabric, like the dress that we had on in the last hour, it might be worth using the darker form band. £7.99. Just stocking up on all your dressmaking bits and bobs this morning. Don't forget as well, the pattern that I'm wearing is coming up in 10 minutes' time. What do you think? I've done up the tie now. Tie, no tie. It's quite nice that you've got options, isn't it, with it? There's sleeve options with this as well. It looks really nice in some of the, we're doing it with like a linen look fabric as well, which will look really nice, but with gingham, gorgeous. £7.99, and then we've also got the form band in black. How many cover stitch machines are left, Ben? There she is. There she is. £7.99. Oh, it's classed as charcoal, so it's not completely black. But if you are working with darker fabrics and you don't want to see the white peeping through, this is the one to go for. Visaline iron-on charcoal bias tape. So it isn't a sewing, it's an iron-on. So really lovely and easy to use, and you can use it in your facings, on your necklines, around your shoulders if you're working on a strappy dress maybe. Just £7.99. Has got little instructions, and it will also tell you your what heat to have your iron. It's been very busy this morning. Can we have a look at how many of the cover stitch machines are left? also is this the accessory box that comes with it. You do get a little accessory box. Comes with your lovely tweezers that you can then obviously take your needles out, or you can pull the threads through and change it. Loads of these have gone. We are in single figures, and there are 30 of you who have got it in your basket. Sorry, I've just looked up and seen the amount that have gone. Can I say, I am so thrilled for you, because this is normally, at our pricing, we're normally at £499. Today, we're at £399. You're getting a whole £100 off, which is a massive deal, isn't it? If we would take 10 or £20 off for the fact that George isn't here today, I think that would be brilliant. But the fact that we've now taken another £100 off is amazing. We're talking about, of course, the cover stitch machine. It looks like an overlocker. It's not. It's a different kind of machine. And this is what I love about our channel and the way that we work, is that if you were to walk past this on a shelf in a sewing supply shop, you'd probably think, well, that's an overlocker. It's actually a cover stitch finishing machine, which in industry and factories, when they're making garments, they use different machines for different jobs. And this is for finishing your garments. So if you're working with lots of stretch fabrics, if you like working with jersey, if you want to get that real professional finish, and also have the speed of finishing it as well. Just so you know, there's now 8 remaining in the whole of our stock, and we've put them all in today, all of them in. There's over 30 of you who've got this. I'm so thrilled for you. Please let me know when you get it home how you get on, because it is the most fabulous machine. There is a demonstration back on the 23rd of December. YouTube it, have a look. We did it on the show with George from Franklin's, and he went through how to thread it. Don't worry, as it's not an overlocker, it's not as daunting as an overlocker to thread. It's all colour-coded, simple and easy to thread. There is another section here which you can't quite see, but it's got a sticker on it which will again show you how to thread it. You can use it with 3 needles at the top, so you can have 3 lines of stitching on the front, 2 lines of stitching. You can even have a single running stitch if you want with just the 1 needle. But then on the reverse, it gives you a look of an overlocked stitch, so like a chain stitch on the back. And what is brilliant about that is that you have got the look of a beautiful finished hem on the front, but then when you look on the inside of it, it will give you still the ability to have that flexibility. So if you are working on stretch garments, if you do lingerie, if you do swimwear, if you do activewear, if you're doing dance costumes, you want to still be able to have that movement. You don't want those seams tearing. And as a dressmaker, you want these garments to last a long time, don't you? You want to be able to put them in the washing machine. You want them to be able to be worn. You want them to be able to be tumble dried. You want to put them on the line. You want to wear them and wear them and wear them. And as a generation, I feel like we're wearing more and more and more stretchy, comfy, lovely clothes, aren't we? So sewing with stretch and having those professional finishing touches is now hopefully made accessible and affordable for you today at Sewing Street. Your split payment is a game changer. When I first started in the sewing industry, back on our sewing quarter days, we weren't able to offer split pay, and that was one thing when we joined Emporia Craft that we really, really fought for, and it is brilliant. If I'm being completely honest, our MD Scott, he hates split pay. If he had his way, we would not, because as a financial decision as a business, it probably doesn't make too much sense, because we're not charging any interest, any admin fee, but we feel as a more considered purchase, this is something that is going to mean that you are able to get it home today. £166? 133, in fact, even better. £133, split pay, 0% interest. You get it home today, 2-year warranty. You get the little tweezers. You also get the extra cones. You get some spare little needles as well. You have your Allen key. You do have the little one as well in there to take your needles out. There you go, the one that George was using. But what is fantastic is that you don't need to change too many of the settings when you're changing between fabrics. So if you're working on a real stretchy 4-way stretch lycra, and then you're going to a jersey or a fleece even, it's going to give you real professional results really easily. If you have a look at any of your garments that you've got in your wardrobe, anything with a bit of stretch especially, have a look at how it's finished, the hem of it. And it's probably done on a cover stitch machine. I actually have seen a couple of people on the Great British Sewing Bee using a cover stitch machine as decorative as well. So it might not necessarily just be for finishing. There are also different attachments that you can add to your machine. Further down the line, George will come back with the way liner, for example. I know there are attachments that you can do to do little rolled hems and pin hems, like what Holly was showing us, the different attachments. But today, because, as I say, I'm on my own, and I thought if you don't ask, you don't get. We asked Hayley, and she said that we could do a discount. We had no way in a million years. We did not think that we would be able to do such a hefty chunk of money off today. So make the most of the very last 8 of those. There's over 30 of you who are thinking about it. I understand. Let's consider purchase, or maybe this is something that's been on your wish list for ages and you're now going, right, that's it, I'm getting it. I've wanted one of these for ages. Have a look. Ask the fan page as well. Anybody that's got one, please send in a message, leave a post, write a review. It really helps anybody who's umming and ahhing about it. Split pay though is on lowest price point that we can offer, £100 saving until midnight tonight. That is the only catch. I remind you, go to Sewing Street's YouTube channel. All you have to type in is Sewing Street, 23rd of December 2024, and it will come up. It's myself and George from Franklin's. That's where I have the confidence, if I'm being brutally honest. If we're talking a cover stitch machine or any machine that is associated with Franklin's and Gary and George and the team that bring us Juki machines to the level of the machines I know they bring, machines that are thousands of pounds, I think, right, if you're championing this, if you're choosing to bring this on air and demonstrate it and tell all of our customers to buy it, I know that they have. So much respect. They've been going for such a long time. They go to the shows, they sell these at the shows, they demonstrate these at the shows. So for us to be able to say, look, willy-nilly, £100 off 1st of April treat for you is brilliant. Is brilliant. Any questions, please get them in. We're in single figures, 34 now in baskets. That will sell out today. I will remind you if there's any stock available at 12 o'clock. Don't forget we've got a clearance show coming up at 12 o'clock, speaking of discounts. But don't go anywhere, because the shirt that I'm wearing, it is spring. It's officially here. We've got the gorgeous ginghams and we've got a fab pattern, which you're all going to love. It's from the Friday Pattern Company, which we all absolutely love. It's a gorgeous blouse and I think you're going to love it. Stay tuned. Holly's going to be joining me with the pattern, the fabric and all the demos right after this.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Once you've opened a commercial dress pattern and cut it out, it's really important to transfer all of the markings on the pattern onto your main fabric. Now, Rebecca Harrison and I both do it this way. We were taught this way and we've always done it this way. You can do tailor's hacks, you can do all sorts of things, but I find a tracing wheel and tracing paper the only way to do this. I've cut it out to a size 14, but I need to mark up the size 14 darts. So I can see that this one here is my size 14. So I literally just trace that dart right the way to the top and trace the other side of the size 14 dart to meet it at that dot. I then go to the waist dart Size 14 is this one. Follow the line right the way to the top there. And the size 14 on this side. Then you have to look for all of your notches on your size 14. So I've got a notch here. So that's all of them traced through to that side. Now, can you see those? It's very pale, but you can see the dotted line there and there. Now, you've got it on one side, and you think, well, how on earth am I going to get it to the other side? So what you do is you remove the pattern piece, but leave the pins in there. Then what we do is we just take the side that we've made our markings on, and we just copy them right the way through like this. But as you can see, they've now come out on the other side. So when you then unpin the whole of your front panel, all of your shaping and all of your darts are all transferred onto the wrong side of your fabric, and you're now ready to sew.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM to 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold, because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Hello, welcome back. Sorry, I'm just adjusting myself. Ready as the model of this dress. Now we've got a fabulous new pattern. Is this brand new? I think this is brand new. And it's gorgeous for spring. We all need a really good shirt pattern, I think, as a staple part of your dressmaking journey. Whether you're making a bit of a capsule wardrobe, I think this is brilliant. And what is so fantastic about patterns like this is that you have got value for money. You have got options. You've got different tie options. You've got no tie options. You've got pockets. You've got no pocket options. You've got sleeve options, different shorter sleeves, short sleeve, long sleeve, tie, no tie. It looks absolutely gorgeous, and it is really, really comfy. This is going to be, it says here, the workhorse of your wardrobe. Relaxed fit, enough ease to feel effortless without being oversized. When you hear relaxed fit, you instantly think, oh, it's just not going to be very flattering. It's just going to be a big, baggy shirt. But actually, this doesn't feel like that at all. This is feels really nice and still very smart. But because it's got, I'm going to just stand up here, because it's got the sort of length to it as well, it's a bum coverer, it feels still quite casual. I think it's one that you can really change how you wear it. If you're wanting to wear it as a quite dressy with the tie, you could have it quite loose and open, couldn't you, as well?
Yeah, you could wear it open and definitely with like another t-shirt underneath or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can style it in loads of different ways, definitely.
And the gingham as well. Love it in the gingham. I mean, there are other options as well. We've got it in some really beautiful sort of linen looks, but that is gorgeous. Now, the sizing on this. Now, it's from extra small up to 7XL. So you've got your extra small to medium, and it's got your sizing on here as well. It's got your large to XXL, your 1X to 4X, and X to 7X. So actually, if you're going for your largest size, your bust size is 59 to 60 inches. Your hips is 62 to 63. Measure yourself, because this is probably one of those patterns that is actually really, really useful for a lot of people, because I often struggle to get a shirt that fits right, that covers, has got the good coverage, that fits comfortably in the arms, especially a longer one that will fit over your hips, over your bum comfortably, but also is flattering and not too oversized.
Yes, that's very true. I know, it's trying to get all your measurements right.
Yeah.
And yeah, definitely, that's perfect with sewing. You just make it to your perfect fit, can't you?
Absolutely. Love this. This is the Fine and Pattern Company. Have you worked with Fine and Pattern Company?
Yeah, I made a few of the patterns.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's probably my third or fourth.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
And easy to follow?
Yeah, very easy to follow. Very easy to follow. Yeah, it's a very lovely pattern inside.
And once again, I believe it says here that you've got a QR code as well. So there's, you can also see more bits about the instruction booklet as well on your QR code. So there's more tips as well throughout. But look how lovely this booklet is. It's huge.
It's really big. I believe there's a video as well that goes with it as well. Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. I know that this is a company that is big on social media as well. They're good on their
Yeah, they're very good.
on their blogs, on their different ideas. Super inclusive on sizing as well. Talking about the fitting, talking about how much fabric you're going to need, even giving you all of your layout diagrams. Obviously here, there's the short sleeve version, the long sleeve version. Finishing your seams, preparing. This is probably one of the most in-depth booklets that I've seen on a dressmaking pattern.
Yeah, it's really interesting. At the start, it then gives you a whole layout of the process out of detail, so you kind of know the step by step before you even get to the instructions, if that makes sense.
That's right. So you can read through that before you even start, and you feel a little bit of a brief.
It's more
on
like
what it is you're gonna
like
do.
a brief, like an overview of what steps there's going to be, which I think is really interesting, actually.
And look, even step by step, numbered step by step, instructions and diagrams as well. You've then got your pattern pieces, of course, included, all for just £24.49. Ben, didn't you say that there was a, can we? I don't know whether we can, and I'm saying this out loud, and I should have just asked you this in the break, and I was distracted. So, Ben, it says on the notes, I'm going to tell you, it says on Ben's notes that we can crash the price, and then there is no other detail on anything other than that we can crash the price. So we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Now, if you want this today, I have no idea how or why, but it's £19.99. We never normally discount the Friday Pattern Company. They are really gorgeous quality patterns. Effortless shirt. I love it. And it's just got so many options. If you want it with the tie or without, I mean, I like it with the tie, but undone. Yeah. I think that looks great, doesn't it? We do have the green gingham. We also have the stripes available as well. We have lots of fabric choices. In fact, aren't you going for the, no, we're going for the blue. We're going for the blue today. But definitely get your pattern now. Ben has discounted it. £19.99. Sorry, it was my fault, wasn't it? Mention it. I forced your hand. I backed you into a corner there. A lot of people got it in their basket to make sure you're getting that while stocks last. We had 200 patterns available, and that is the only reason I think that we've been able to go so low. To have a really good shirt pattern. I think sometimes when you're wanting to make something, it isn't always necessarily about buying yourself a new pattern. It's looking through what you've got and what you want to make. So having these capsule wardrobe patterns.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's perfect for your wardrobe, because also then once you've got it like edited, slightly edited potentially, is then you're good to go and you can make any shirt in different.
Yeah, any tips between, if you are, for example, falling between sizes, if you don't fit exactly in this range for your bust, you are then this one for your hip, for your waist, and then this one for your hips. Yeah. If you're different, how is it that you sort of grade?
For a shirt like this, which is woven, I think go for your bust.
Okay.
If sometimes inside, I believe in this one, it tells you, like for example, your shoulder width, like there's extra measurements. So always look inside if there's always the finished measurements, and have a look at that if you're in between sizes. But for a woven shirt, I think bust, because there's nothing worse than a tight bust, is it? Yeah. And then say if that was fitted, but say your hips were smaller, you then could slightly grade that down. Yeah. So we just think about where the point that you want it to fit the best, and then work backwards, I would say.
Brilliant. Loads of you getting this today. It just looks so fresh and springy as well, doesn't it, in the gingham, which we love. We love, especially this time of year. Now, I've got the gingham to start with, which is a 3-metre bundle. 3-metre bundle. It's the only gingham I think we've got on the show today, actually. I think it's the only gingham today, and I love it. Get it for all of your lovely spring makes anyway. If you, want to get one of the last 10, there's only 10 of these remaining. 3-metre bundle. It's been very popular. It's been very, very popular. Just £19.99 for 3 metres of your 6mm gingham. And it's a true gingham. It's not printed, it's a true gingham. £19.99 for 3 metres. And that's enough to be able to do the largest size. So you'll probably have, you'll potentially some left over.
You would do. If you make a smaller size, you definitely would have some left over.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Make a nice little bag or homewares, bits for spring, headband to match.
Headband, yeah, bow.
Yeah.
Something for your child.
Yeah.
A dress would be really lovely.
Cute. I love it. Well, often you think of gingham as being probably younger, like you say. I think of my summer school dress.
I did, yeah.
Straight away. But then this one feels very grown up, doesn't it? And I think because it's got the tie as well, that shirt feels lovely. Lovely quality as well. Easy to work with. That's going to sell out. Now the one that we're going to be working with is this blue stripe. Now, I was thinking, is there a right or wrong way? Not really.
Not really, no, I had to double check it, but no, I had to really, really have a look at it, so really, you wouldn't.
No, you would notice.
Yeah.
But, oh, I love this. This would be my choice. This is the one I'd be going for. This or the pink. Maybe both. Get both. This is such a staple and it's such a smart look. Me and my mum were talking about this the other day and she was saying, everyone is wearing, cream, wider trousers or slight flares. A crisp, lovely blouse shirt like this is so timeless.
It's timeless,
and suits everybody. And I actually just think, if you're unsure of what to wear, like if you wear a blouse like this and a pair of jeans or linen trousers, or it just looks so classy, doesn't it?
So classy, timeless, and for all ages. Anyone can wear it from 20 to 60. Anyone can wear it. It would look beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, that's one of my favourites. And at £16.99, look, if you're getting your pattern and getting this, it's also accessible. The thing is with dressmaking, quite often we'll bring you a pattern and then your bundles can be ranging between sort of 40 and 50, £6. Like, it's expensive. It isn't. I don't always say, oh look, it's the cheaper way of getting garments in your wardrobe. But today, all the bundles seem really affordable.
Really affordable, I know. I always come on here and I'm shocked at how affordable it all is.
So good. And this is lovely quality. 2.5 metres. That lovely stripe. It's not a linen, is it? It's got that sort of look, but it's not got a crease. The pink. 25% cotton. 30% cotton. 25% linen. And 45% polyester. Which means it's going to wash well, press well.
Yeah, it will do.
See, I got a linen striped shirt, and it is a nightmare for creasing.
It's creasing. I know you have to admit, if you're wear linen, have creases, but it is annoying sometimes.
It is. But I know Jane Greenough, she calls it rich wrinkles, darling. She's like, rich wrinkles, sweet linen. But this, if you like that crisp look, as I say, it looks really smart, but also in this design, it's still got ease to it. It's not a stiff shirt. It doesn't feel like formal workwear. It's still got a little more of a blousey sort of feel to it. That was about to sell out. There's only 6 of those bundles remaining. 2.5 metres. That pink pinstripe. Now, just so you know, the pinstripe runs vertically. It runs vertically from selvage to selvage. So, yeah. Nice and slimming too. Now we also have the red and the grey available. The grey. Sorry, I'm making a real mess over here. Yeah, this is going to look very smart. Now this is silver, I would have said. I haven't got black. Have you got a black one available, Ben? Once again, it is a vertical pinstripe, $16.99. Grab all these. Even for your homewares. I'm thinking this would be really lovely to do some nice cushions for your home or some nice bedding. Yeah. It's lovely and soft. Yeah. Ben says, if you wear this, then you look like you're in Waitrose, John Lewis. Yes, that's all he's saying.
Yeah.
Very bougie.
This dress.
Oh, can you do this dress, the dress as well in
Definitely.
these?
Yeah, it'd be a summer look. Yeah, it'd be
Oh.
lovely. Yeah, of course it could. Yeah.
If you've got any of the patterns today, if you've got the dress pattern or the shirt pattern, definitely get these bundles. They're fabulous value for money. $16.99. Love that. Love, love, love that. Oh, yeah, I do have the darker charcoal colour. This is the red. There you go, your vertical stripe. It's not too much of a pinstripe as well, that it's funny on your eyes. Sometimes, I know on camera they can look worse, but even in real life, sometimes when you're looking at a stripe, you're like, oh, it's making me dizzy. Whereas this is a really lovely, soft pinstripe. Good morning, good morning. Lots of people watching this morning. Oh, you're going to love this pattern. We're going to go through lots of the techniques as well, so don't panic if it is the first shirt that you've made. This is a really, really good one to get started with. You have you got bust darts on it?
Yes, that's
Yes?
what we're going to be doing.
Brilliant. Nice. $16.99, 2.5 metres for the red. And then finally, we've got the grey. Now, it's called black, but it's definitely more of a grey. There you go. £16.99, 4mm stripe. Lovely for the shirt, but also going to work really, really well in your stash for homewares. Just at that price per, what's the price per half metre on that now then? That's crazy for 2.5 metres. $16.99. Whether you're making the dress for the first hour, yeah, £3.39 a half metre.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Honestly, that is beyond a clearance kind of price. Thank you, Ben. Very, very good price. And then, of course, speaking of very good price, if you want to make it like this one, this is probably the one that's most similar. But this brand new pattern in today for $19.99. I think they're all my striped ones I've got. I've got another one which is slightly heavier weight canvas, which we were questioning a bit, but these we know would work really, really well. So yeah, we've got some digital prints underneath us on the web as well. Things like your self-cover buttons, your curve ruler, everything is all underneath us on the web. But we'd love to see some of the techniques today. We want to get Holly sewing as much as we can. So is this something that, again, somebody who is newer to dressmaking would be able to achieve?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely, yeah. With the quality of pattern, it's like really step-by-step guide.
Yeah.
And with all the options. So, for example, we've got a short sleeve. So you don't need to do, obviously, the long sleeve. We've got lots of techniques and lots of sewing in there with the cuff and the button and the bias placking and everything in there. But if you think, oh, actually, that's a little bit, I'm not there yet with my sewing technique, I could make it a short sleeve, which will also then give a completely different look.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Lovely. What bits are you wanting to show us today then?
Well, today I thought we would talk about, it's got a bust dart, so we're going to talk about darting, marking, and then we've got the patch pocket on the front.
Yeah.
So we're going to be marking, talk about pattern matching, going through that.
Yes.
And some options using the stripe. So I thought we'd just do a bit of, and that's the first part of the pattern. So sometimes I think it's getting started can be the thing.
What is it that, with pattern matching,
Yeah.
do I need to think about that with my stripe as well, or is it mainly just the gingham?
Yeah, you just have to think about your stripe.
Stripes.
It is a personal preference, isn't it, with pattern matching. It's, people like to do it or not do it, but I do like to do it. But I'm going to talk about how different options of the pocket to give different, make it more interesting, if you want it more camouflaged or to stand out or make it easier using stripes.
Fab.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go.
brilliant.
Okay,
Go for
fabulous.
it.
Okay, let's go. Okay, so this is we're going to start on the front. So this is our front pattern piece. On the front, we have all the markings. So while it's still on the piece of paper, it's always handy to mark it. So when you come to sewing it, you know what you're doing. So here we've got our bust darts here. We have our pocket placement here, and we have the button placement down here. For today, I'm going to do the dart and the pocket placement. In the pattern, it does say to start with the dart, but because we're using a pattern, I think I'm going to mark and do the pocket placement first, because when we have the dart in there, it does distort it a little bit, which makes it a little bit more challenging to match. So we're going to start with just marking it. Now there's two ways to mark it. If you're doing it a little bit more quicker, I just sometimes use a pin to mark, but today we're going to be doing it the more professional way. And so if we mark it with thread, it's there sitting, waiting for us for when we come to sew, because not all of us sew in one big, you don't always have it. Don't have like 6 hours to sit down and do it, Sometimes we cut, we mark, and think, I'm going to come back to that later. So marking it all now does save time. You do think, oh, actually I'll do that later, but doing it when it's on its pattern, we'll do it now. So first of all, with the dart, we do have the legs here of the dart. So I'm going to just snip in. I'm making the size medium, which is the more solid line. So we're just going to follow where this dart is.
Is this UK sizing? Or is it?
I believe so, yeah. Is it in medium? I don't know.
I suppose it's small, medium,
I just measured and
do you always measure yourself anyway, regardless
Yes, always.
So you don't just go, oh, I'm a size 10 or I'm a size 9.
No. It can be tempting. But it's similar to like shops. In each different shop, you're different sizes, aren't you? So I think that's one is nice when it is just small, medium, large, because you don't
associate it with a number.
You think, oh, what's that? And especially it's American, English, you haven't got that kind of confusion. Especially when you come to cut it out, you think, oh, actually, I just know that's what I'm doing. So yeah, always just measure and go by the measurements and what size it is, definitely. Okay, so we've snipped in the dart ends. We can put it with a pin or mark it with chalk, but for today I've just snipped in here. And then we're going to find the point of the dart. So we're using a thread and needle. I'm just going to find the end, and I'm just going to mark it. I have got two pieces here, both the fronts, because it's cut as a pair. So I'm just going to mark it like this, and we're just putting a piece of thread through, and we're just lining it up. And we just pull it very loosely. We don't pull it tight because we want it to just sit there nicely. And we're just going to snip that off. Ooh. And then that is our dart marked. And when I take it off, we'll show you how that is. So we've got our dart marked. I'm then going to, might as well, as I'm here, we're going to mark the pocket. I will talk about, we'll go into pattern matching and stuff, but
even with the pocket, are there loads of different positions of the pockets depending on the size?
Yes, because all the different sizes, all the grading into the sleeves change, so your pocket will change. Obviously, there is some leeway, if you prefer your pocket slightly over, or
where's my pocket? You've matched it in so well, it's actually camouflaged. There is a pocket here.
Yeah, or it's just a personal preference, or we don't always sew perfectly. It doesn't matter if it's slightly a few mils up or down, We're all just learning, aren't we?
This is what I found amazing about patterns and grading, is that it's so much work, isn't it? Because it isn't just, oh, here's a size that we've made it in, now let's make it in loads of sizes.
No.
To make it so inclusive is actually really difficult to make sure it still works in every size.
Yeah, you'd think, if you think, oh, just because the size up, it means we just make it bigger. No. And it doesn't. It's so technical. Each area, like the curves are slightly different. And then you can only grade up. Say you start at size 8, you can only grade up a few sizes. You can't go from 8 to a 20 because it all distorts, So you'd have to draft your pattern in a 14, 16, roughly, and then grade up and down a few sizes. But when it comes to making patterns, it is, to be size inclusive, does take a lot of work. People do question why some things aren't super size inclusive, and it just sometimes takes extra time, unfortunately, but it is a whole other process. But they really are. So I've just marked those in like that, so they're just sitting in there nicely. So when I pull it apart, we'll just pull this down, and you can see that they're just in there. So we'll just pull them through the pattern, be very gentle, and then we know this is where it's been marked. I will just clip that
Is this
down.
your favourite way of marking dark?
If I'm going to keep it, if I want to keep the mark on there, then yes. And this is more the way to do it. If I was doing it quickly for myself, I would, for example, I'll show you. Say I find the end of the dart, I would put a pin in like that. I'd put it through, grab another pin, see where that is attached, and just pin like that.
Yeah.
And then I know that would be the end of the
Yeah.
dart. That's how I would do it if I was then going to sew it.
Yeah,
But you wouldn't always want to keep your pins sitting in your fabric if it's over a long amount of time. All again, how much time, preference, all those sort of things. Okay, so we're then going to do some pattern matching on the pocket. So like you said, we've got a pocket that sits here. So now I've done two ways of pockets. We'll pattern match if we want to put our pocket down, which obviously is more camouflaged, and it is a personal preference. I personally find it, it's a bit annoying if you're
It's so satisfying seeing it lined up.
But so we're going to talk about lining it up. But if you do want it off, it is another design feature. If you want to make it a design feature,
I love that. Make it a design feature.
Make it very, you need to be precise. Otherwise, it just looks like it's a bit off.
Joe's asking, could you do it horizontally?
Oh, well, this is what I was going to do. So, yes, so if you're thinking, no, the pattern matching, I haven't got time for that, I'm not there yet, with sewing, then just cut it the other way and then use it as a design feature very, very easily. Obviously, gingham's a little bit harder because it's the same way. It wouldn't be so much different. But you could do it that way, and then it just makes another element. You could do the cuffs the same.
Yeah, that'd
got
be cool.
the placket on the yoke on the back. That could equally go that way as well, because we have got a yoke. You see that along there, but obviously in the gingham you can't see it as easily. But some shirts you do have the horizontal stripe and then going down. So yeah, but we'll sew that later. But yeah, it's a complete preference, and that's the perfect thing with sewing. You can just do what you want.
Yeah.
Do what you want, and it is a little bit of fabric. But if you get there and think, I prefer it the other way, you might have a bit of scrap that you can adjust the pocket to. But we're going to do pattern matching now. Now, obviously, everyone, again, has their different ways of doing it. This is how I would do it. So we know our pocket's going to be here. So I've cut a piece of fabric. Now, it is bigger than the pocket, so we need to be mindful of how much we're potentially going to be cutting away, but obviously for the demo. So we then going to be, these are lovely, crisp lines. So the marking here is the marking of the top of the pocket.
Okay.
On the pattern, we're going to be folding it down and thinking like that. So these notches here mark the top of the pattern. So we're just going to have to think about our fabric allowance and where it's going to be sitting. So this is where it's going to be finishing. So we just want to make sure that we've got enough fabric over the top to be able to cut out the whole piece.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Yeah. So I would line it up like that. Maybe pop a little pin in. Again, obviously with this fabric type, it's so lovely. It just sort of sits where you want it to be. It's just going to unpin this. I think we need this a little bit. Hold it down. And we're going to line that piece of fabric up. And as you can see, you think, I've lined the top up, and then the bottom's not lined up. So we just, it's all in those details. And sometimes you do think, can I be bothered? But then when you get to the end of the result, you're like, I wish I did that. Yeah.
And actually a stripe or a check is probably actually a nice way to start with pattern matching.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you're trying to search for the repeat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, stripe is a very, very good way to start pattern matching or working with, exactly, repeat. Sometimes it can be not very obvious.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it can be quite hard to match or kind of wasteful in fabric sometimes. So anyway, so we've got it all lined up like this. I'll then just fold this over, and I'm going to mark where the top of my pocket is going to be. Again, I'm just going to use the pins because we're doing it all in one go. Obviously, we can use our thread if we want to, and I'm just transferring the pin in there. I find sometimes pins are easier because when we lay the pattern on there, you can feel it coming through. we just transferred where our pocket is going to sit on our fabric. So, oh, we're going to go grab this. So this is going to be, oh, I've just allowed enough, see?
Yeah.
So we're going to line this up. So we know that's going to be the top of the pocket where the pins are sitting. So again, with stripes is very easy because we want it all to be straight.
Yeah.
So, you know.
You can follow those
Yeah, you
lines.
can follow the lines. Say, for example, the edge is like in the middle of a stripe and you think, oh, actually, it might be easy to run on one side of the stripe, then we'll just pin it in. There is some movement with pocket placement, definitely. But as you see here, I think it's easier. I'm going to line up with this white edge here. We're going to run that down. Because also, when we've got a dart here. So these stripes here are going to be slightly manipulated. So this is the side that we're going to see, and if you can see on yours, that's the side that we will see. Well, obviously you can't see that as well, but that's the side to really focus on. So I'm just going to run it down there. So I'm just going to pin. I'm going to pin the pattern piece onto just the top layer. Obviously, everyone has completely different ways of doing it. I'm sure people are like, well, that's not how I'd pattern match, but it's whatever, how you would do it. But this is one way of doing it. So it's very easy to manoeuvre it, to manipulate it over, but there we go. And then we're going to take this piece off. Unpin them. Have we still got a pin? Are we attached somewhere? There we go. And we'll take that away so then we know that will be matched.
Yeah. I suppose there are benefits of having, we were talking about in the last hour about having a full paper pattern, but actually I think there's real benefits of a tissue pattern.
There is, yeah.
With that pattern matching that you can see through it. You can
pros and
through
cons.
it properly.
Yeah, definitely. There's pros and cons to both type.
Yeah.
If you, like you're saying, like we were talking about tracing off, you could easily trace this off and you still would be able to use a paper pattern and preserve this more.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, you can see through it. So potentially you could just use the tissue paper for the pattern matching parts, and then you know that it's going to be. So then we're just going to cut this off. And then again, we're just concentrating. I know that I wanted to line up on, let's make sure that I'm under the camera, along that white line. So again, I'm just concentrating. I'm aware of where I want to go with it. I think that's also it. Remember where you've decided your pattern match is going to start. Like I said, when we get to sewing it on, you might think, well, actually, I'm slightly out there, but a couple of mils are not the end of the day.
No.
You know, everything's a guide. And then we get to here.
Oh, we're talking about scissors being the most satisfying sound ever.
Oh,
your scissors, they sound fantastic.
They are. They're a nice pair of scissors. I know scissors, again, is a very personal thing, I think. Like, you know, you like what you like. And I think I always hear people have stories behind the scissors.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I got this pair of scissors, or, no, you hang on to your scissors, which is, I think, really lovely.
I didn't know that until I got into the craft world, how protective everybody was, crafters of their scissors.
Yeah.
And how many pairs of scissors that they have.
Oh, I've got a lot of pairs. I'm not even going to say how many pairs of scissors I have, but I think through my job I get sent scissors now, but I still have my scissors of like when I first started to sew, which as my hobby, and I was like, well, I've got one pair of scissors. And I got a pair of scissors for when I studied my fashion degree, and then now my job. So you kind of keep the scissors, and that's your timeline of the scissors. Because sewing isn't the equivalent of fast fashion. Everyone buy something quality, and you tend to keep it. Yeah. So with the pocket, we need to always remember to snip in our notches.
That's why as well I love it, and I think that it is making such a comeback, dressmaking. We're thinking more about the world of, you know, sustainability. And,
Yeah. So I'm going to do that, but I think I'm going to do the demo on the stripe.
The reverse stripe.
So we've got our pattern piece cut out. So for the notches, we need to definitely make sure we need the notches notched in. For this across, I then have also notched. So again, with a stripe, it is easier. Normally, you might have to measure it, but you think, well, actually, I've cut this straight. I'm going to notch on this white stripe, so therefore I'm going to notch on this white stripe as well. So it does make life a little bit easier. So it can be a design feature that looks quite cool, but actually it's a lot easier to sew. So for these, we first construct the top pocket, and the pocket's quite nice just because it's all enclosed and it gives up some texture. If you want to be putting stuff, you don't use it too much, but it has got things. So we go over to our iron.
It is an actual pocket.
It's an actual pocket, yeah.
Aesthetic feature.
Oh, my iron's turned off.
Oh yeah, so it's got a safety feature after half an hour. It does turn off. I just can't believe how camouflaged it is. Within here, you can see how well that pattern matching is that Holly's done. That it doesn't. But I mean, you can use it as a pocket, but it just is a nice feature. You could leave it off if you wanted as well.
Oh, definitely don't need it. No, definitely. If you can choose. You know, the pattern is just a guide. Really, it's just sizing. Yeah. You know, then you can decide what you want. So I've just press down this side. Again, we're using the stripes to our advantage, like it's easier to do that. And then we're going to press this down the opposite way, so it's slightly camouflaged. And this is the start to construct our patch pockets. So we basically construct the top and then the sides. So we're then going to stitch down here. Now this is to secure the top bit, and then we're going to turn it around the wrong way. So we're going to use a 1 centimetre seam allowance down these, and we're just stopping below the first flap over bit. Oh, my pedal's the wrong way round.
This is another one where you're going to be able to learn so many techniques. If you do want to do the long sleeve option, like you said, it obviously features your bust starts, which we're looking at, the back pleat, the collar stand, chest patch pocket, and then also the instructions feature clever constructions to make trickier aspects of sewing, which is brilliant for someone who is a confident beginner who's wanting to
go to the next level. Yeah, definitely. And like you said, you can choose what you want to do or not want to do. Yeah, it's a lovely pattern. Right, so we've just stitched down the edge here. I'm just going to cut off the threads because we cut as we go, which I don't always do. I'm not saying I do that all the time, but you do come at the end of the garment and go, oh, look, there's threads everywhere, so it is easier. So there's and then we basically turn it. Oh, no, sorry, I've missed a bit. We're going to snip it off the corners, which I think is a really important element because it really helps to get that crisp corner. And it's all those little things that take your project from making home sewing, beginner home to like, and it's only just tiny things, and it's those things that you just learn over time. You can see it's going to look like that.
Lovely.
I haven't got a
pokey tool.
I'd say poking device, but yes, I'm just going to use the end of the pin.
Little pokey device.
Yeah, that's what you need, where you can just grab anything, can't you?
Chopsticks.
Yeah, anything. Or I was going to say use the end of the scissors, but that's a bit risky. We don't want to be cutting that. But yeah, so make sure it's nice and poked out. Then we're going to press it down. So we're just going to secure this. Again, we're using the lovely stripes. Like, stripes are the way forward, definitely.
Absolutely. I think when you talk about stripes and pattern matching, it's actually a little bit daunting. But when you actually think about it, no, they are the lines on your paper keeping your writing all in check.
Yeah, exactly. It's very helpful. So yeah, don't be scared of the stripes, definitely.
And these are lovely fabrics, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
That blue's going to look so lovely.
It's beautiful. Right, so we just press that down. So we've got this top constructed. We're now going to be pressing in these edges, which then essentially makes the patch, which we're then going to patch on. So I'm just going to run them down here. Obviously, if you're a beginner and you may want to measure it, because this is still a 1 centimetre seam allowance, because this is the same amount of seam allowance that we've sewn with, you can, but obviously you can just...
There's only 7 left of the blue bundles, and they are really gorgeous quality. 2.5 metres for £16.99. So some £4 a half metre.
So still, I want to buy it.
So good.
Yeah, so good. And it's linen look, and this type of fabric is so in for summer.
Yes.
Everywhere, yeah. This type of, like you're saying, chic, classic look is...
They call it old money, don't they? Old money.
Old money, yeah. Yeah, for quiet luxury.
Quiet luxury.
Quiet luxury, which I think is quite
Yes.
luxurious. So I'm just doing the bottom and the top. Again, we're using our stripes. Don't be scared of the stripes. I tend to do the three edges and then go in with the corner. The corner at this angle does take a little bit more precise. We haven't got our stripe to go by, but we just want to make sure that it is even because we want our push that back in there as well.
There's only 5 of the bundles left now, 2.5 metres. It's really good value. I think everyone's like, oh, hang on, is that right? Yeah, you can get the grey, the red, the blue, the pink. I think the pink might have sold out. Get any of these ones while you can, especially, do you know, actually, I'm thinking any sort of projects, even if you're not a dressmaker, if you're just watching today and thinking, actually, I'd like some nice cushions for the bed. Or, yeah, maybe something, if you have white bedding with some lovely like, bolster cushions or as nice frills around
Put some trims. Yeah, if you've got like, you have trim just hanging around, pop that on, yeah, it'd be beautiful. Right, there we go, we pressed it in.
So there's your red stripe as well.
Yeah. So to add another design detail, we do top stitch across here, which does secure this down and it does give a nice finishing. Otherwise, you can have a plain pocket, but this bit would flap around a bit. So we're just going to run a line of stitching across here. Because we're using a stripe, it depends how confident you're feeling. I would go top stitching along here and just run along the stripe. Because again, it's a really easy guide to sew on. And say, for example, this is slightly out, you know, even if it's by mils, and we stitch on this side, we'll see it. So it's nice just to
have a nice
sew on it along there.
Do you sew for your little girl? Do you make her
Everyone
sew?
asks me this, and I don't know. I made her first birthday dress.
Oh, amazing.
But at the start, when she was, you know, a good few months, I was like, yeah, I cut out all these projects, and I just didn't have time to sew.
No.
And then by the time I'd got round to it, she'd grown out, and I was like, okay, yeah, we're not doing this so much.
This is where you need to get your overlocker, though, isn't it?
It's true.
Leggings.
Yeah.
Be able to run up loads
leggings.
of
I had made a few leggings, yeah. But her first birthday dress, it was a lovely dress, actually. I was really happy about that. So I think I'm just going to make
the special
ones. Yeah. I think this year I want to make like a matching dress for her doll.
Oh,
yeah. But yeah, I like to do that. Especially she got a summer birthday as well, so you can go summer. I was saying that it rained horrendously on her last birthday. But everyone asks me that, and I'm like, no. Although to be fair, I don't sew. I do so much work sewing now. I don't actually sew so much myself. Before I used to make all my clothes, but yeah, it's finding the time sometimes, and that's when it's really nice to invest in good fabric, good pattern, and be like, I'm going to wear this in my wardrobe. You know, like a shirt, perfect. And then once you've done it and have it adjusted, it's so much easier to go and make another one out of different fabric, like you said, linens.
Yeah, well, even, I was going to say, make yourself a toile, but at these prices, this is actually like better than calico deals sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, we're talking less than £4.50 metre, you may as well make this as your wearable toile. Go for it.
I love a wearable toile, yeah, that's what I do. And then say, for example, you think, oh, that sleeve's not right, just cut it off and then you've got a short sleeve one.
Yeah,
as your
absolutely, have it at the blankets. If not, then
if it doesn't work out, just cut it off.
Pattern is your main graphics, under £20. It was supposed to be £25. We've taken another £5 off today. Hopefully that spurs your decision and gets everybody a really lovely smart blouse in their stash. And I really like that it's a bum cover as well. Quite often, if you have to start tucking them in, that's when it feels a bit formal. It feels a bit like workwear. It reminds me of having to wear a shirt at school. You know what I mean? And that's not something that you want to be wearing every day or feel comfortable. Whereas this is super comfy. It's oversized but not too baggy that you lose any shaping. But you can make it really quite smart as well with that lovely necktie.
So if you did want it short, we have got the lengthen and shorten mark on the pattern here. So if you do think it's too long or too short. You know, you could extend it and turn it into a shirt dress very, very easily.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
you could, you know, long leggings, you know, whatever your vibe is really. But or you can make it shorter, and then you could tuck it in, or have a short, you know, boxy, flowy, you know, that sort of vibe. You can really adjust it to whatever you want. Right, so we're going to move this out of the way. So we've got our patch pocket here, and right, we've got. No, I'm doing darts. So we're going to put. So this is where it would sit. But we are going to now sew our dart. So it does have a dart in it. So because the dart runs underneath, we're going to do that first.
Okay.
And then attach it. So
this is why it's good when you had your pattern piece over the top to have those markings already there.
Already there, because it's reminded me, I've got a dart to do. See, even I've already made this and I'm still like, what I've got to do. So it's always good to, you know. Right, so because I marked it through 2 pieces, I've just snipped those marks so that I'm able to work on one of them. We've only got 1 pocket, but if you want 2 pockets, you can add them. That's the beauty. So we're going to move it out of the way.
Yeah, it's been nice in a lightweight denim as well, wouldn't it? Really like.
Yeah, I love a denim shirt. I think it looks so nice.
Embroider onto it.
Oh, yes. Yeah, perfect. So, right, we're going to start with our darts. So with our darts, we work on the wrong side. So we've got them nicely cut here. I've snipped them in for the demo, but you could just mark them with chalk if you don't want to cut into your fabric, because it does sometimes risk, depends on how lightweight or denim it could fray. So for our darts, I always start on the legs and I mark them with a pin. I always pinch that first, like that. You may want to alter it, but I always get that part anchored down. And again, it does take the time. And then what we're going to do is fold it over like that. And then it should, it should sit flat, which, you know,
nice.
doesn't always
Behaving
that. It's
itself.
behaving, yeah, it's brilliant fabric. Yeah, if you do have a bit more of a bouncy fabric, this is when it could bounce around a bit.
Okay.
So you really want to make sure that you've got your mark of your dart sticking out at the end there.
Yeah.
And you want it to be all flat. If you've got a bigger dart sometimes, or you are more of a beginner sewist, you may want to pin along here. But I do find I just pin around the fabric to keep it down and behaving. Again, if you are a beginner sewist, you may want to draw in the line, your sew line, with chalk. Do not use pen.
Okay.
You could use pen, but you're going to see it through. It depends on your fabric, but I would recommend using one of those invisible pens that you dry off, or you can get rid of, or chalk, and that just gives you a very nice clean line.
Okay.
A guide of where you're going to be sewing.
Now, where do you sew? From the point off or in to the point?
No, I go from leg to point.
Okay.
And I will share. Yeah, I've got time. I'll share how I sew, so we don't get a pointy dart.
Yes.
We don't want a pointy dart.
No, not on the bust dart.
No, and that can be one of those things that does easily happen. So what we're going to do, basically how we do it, we lock in the stitches as usual, doing a forward and back stitch from the leg, and we always sew up to the dart.
Okay.
Don't go down the other way, because when we get to here, we're going to run our sewing machine, just run it off.
Okay.
Then we're going to use and let the thread run, so you've got a long part of thread. Do not do your forward and backwards. That's when you get your pointy darts.
Right.
And then we will tie it in a knot. So
right. So if you automatically thread cutter button on your machine, just
let it run off a little bit. But it's the forward and backwards, which you'd normally do. That's how you lock in stitches. But when you do that at the end of there, that's when you get pointy darts.
Okay.
Especially with cotton and this type of linen fabric, you can see it.
Okay.
You know, these type of fabrics are a little bit more forgiving, but you're still going to see it. So yeah, that's what we're going to do.
Now you're just eyeballing it from that.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. Maybe you feel more comfortable drawing in.
Yeah, definitely.
Draw on the line.
Yeah, draw on the line.
Sorry, sew on the line.
Yeah. Again, sewing with experience, and as long as you've got a lovely straight line. So when we get to there, we're then going to run it off. So we see, we're going to just get like that. We're going to lift our needle up and give it a pull. I'm going to snip. Where's our camera? There it is. So.
Oh, where's your lovely?
Where's it gone?
There. At the point.
Quick panic. So yes, that's how it's going to be looking.
Okay.
We're going to take these out. we're going to take that marking thread out now, just so that it doesn't get all caught up when we're doing our knots. And then we want to knot these 2 threads as close as we can. Doesn't have to be, right on that point, but as close as we can get would be great. Oh, there we go. So that's how we're going to knot it down. We're then just going to snip this away, just like that. So yeah, I'm going to snip away our threads.
Nice.
Then we have obviously it sitting, because obviously we're making a 3D.
Yeah, when you're pressing your darts, do you press them away, down?
Yeah, I press them downwards.
Down.
I always do them, say they're away and down, basically. Yeah, just so it's like more seamline into the body. Yeah.
Do you use like a tailor's ham or a sleeve or anything to
Yeah,
keep that to
it depends. Yeah, if you've got one, great.
Yeah.
But if you haven't, just press very slightly. Don't go too flat. Don't get pressed, because that's when you can manipulate it out by mistake. But yeah, if you've got one, that'd be the best to get that rounded shape. Yeah. But these patterns, it says to push downwards, so we're just going to press that down. I'll just quickly demo that so it's nice and flat.
There are other fabrics, by the way, underneath us on the website. We've got 2 digital printers, just where you're pressing that. Let me show you. There are these that are flying out, so we want to make sure that we do show them. Here we go. This one will look so nice. Once again, it's got that sort of linen viscose mix. So you've got the linen content, but it's not going to crease as much. And that is so cool, isn't it? Love that. That's your John Loudon. You're getting a massive 2.5 metre bundle. So if you're making a smaller size, you'll have plenty of this remaining to be able to make some matchy bits as well. £24.99 for 2.5 metres. That's your linen viscose mix. Digital print. It's going to look really striking, isn't it? That with a pair of jeans will look lovely. Would you not worry so much with this one, with pattern matching? I suppose it's quite scattered.
It is quite scattered, yeah. I don't think you would worry as much. It's very big and I think it's personal preference. It's completely personal preference.
And then we've got a completely different one. This is a bit of a wild card, because we've gone quite sort of linen look, haven't we, in gingham? And then this one, you'll have to tell me what this is, Ben, the composition, because this feels completely different. It's like a cotton lawn. It is cotton lawn. So this again would also work. Just shows, doesn't it? Different fabrics. That's the great thing about dressmaking. Different prints, different fabrics, they're all going to work differently and all look completely different. This is a cotton lawn for £19.99, 2.5 metres, enough to be able to do the largest size. Another new one to me. These digital prints are beautiful as well, but it's going to flow lovely for the summer. Under £20 for your bundle. I think they're the only 2 that we hadn't got in. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're the only 2 that we haven't got. So have a look underneath us on the website at all of those fabric choices. So we're going to put the pocket on.
Yes, so I've just pressed the dart in, and because I'm pressing down, I've just stitched the edge of the dart down. So when we do this, we can either use a longer stitch, or I've got a longer stitch here, but you want to make sure that you stitch it within your seam allowance.
Okay.
If you stitch it out of seam allowance, we're going to see that.
Right.
So if you are going to do that, you might want to take the stitch out, but make sure it's in the seam allowance, and it's just there, it's sitting where you want it to be, and it's not going to flap around when we're sewing. So there we go, we're going to turn it back round. So as we can see, our lines have been manipulated, so this is why it's good to match before. So we can pop our pocket on. So how we do it, so obviously these are guides, we don't need to be like it's a guide, but this is they say to put the pocket, but it is a guide, we need to remember that. So we're just going to line up, so these marks the top. So again, and this is when stripes, you can use it as your guide. So I'm going to go on this white line here, like that. So because this side's manipulated, we're never going to be able to line it up. So that's when it's good to pattern match before we do it. So we're just going to use our pin. So I'm using this along here. I know this is in line because I know this part is in line, and I know this is where I want it to be nice and lined up. So I'm just going to pin it in. I do tend to, once you've pinned down and then just, once it's secure, then slightly just manipulate it and move it around. It does.
I suppose as long as it's straight,
As long as
don't worry about it.
And as long as, if we're using lines that it's, you know, if it's completely wonky going across the lines, you're going to see it. But as long as it's straight, when you wear it, especially in this nice, relaxed fabric, it does move around and everything. But as a sewist, sometimes you're like, oh, you're going to notice it, that line's off a little bit, but no one else is. So I'm just going to mark that down.
Yeah, I can tell you're very particular.
Only with sewing, nothing else. No particular with. Sometimes Emma, that would do, and then it comes back and gets you and go, oh, that's annoying.
Well, it only takes literally seconds more, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it does make a difference.
I do find if I get to that point of like, oh, I'm going to rush this, I stop and I'm going to come back another day because it's going to annoy me otherwise. Okay, so this is slightly moved out here, so I'm just going to pin this in. So when we come to top stitch, I'm also going to put a pin in the middle there to secure it in. But then when you come to top stitch, I will pull the stitches out, the pins out as we go. So that's all nicely lined up. So then if we're happy where it is, we can take our marks out, because when we do come to sew it, it will be getting in our way. And then we just top stitch along down here, across and here. So sometimes I do start from this end and go downwards. Sometimes I do go downwards because you don't really want it to be pulling upwards, but obviously that's a preference and your skill level. You know, you may prefer to go down, pivot, and go back up, you know. And when we're top stitching, we want to be close to the edge, but we need to make sure we don't come off the edge, but we don't want to be too far in because we have got that 1 centimetre seam allowance that's pressed in. So we just want to make sure we catch it.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm going to do now. Just top stitch along.
Oh, as you go along your journey, it would be nice, wouldn't it, in a denim, and then do some nice fancy top stitching,
contrasting stitching. Yeah, it's all these sort of things where you've got a pattern, but then you can build on your skills. You know, if you're a beginner, you may think actually I'm going to use a thread that absolutely matches, because if I'm out, it doesn't matter. But if you want to be like, let's do some contrasting stitching, go for
That's why I say it. Start, get yourself good patterns that you're going to come back to, and you know, ones that are going to push you as a sewer as well. And this is one that you absolutely could do as a more beginner sewist, and then progress your skills and still come back to this pattern and say, do you know what, I'm going to make it again, but I'm going to make it look completely different, because this time I'm going to do it in a linen, or I'm going to do it short sleeve, and then the next time I'm going to do it as a denim dress. I'm going to lengthen it and make it as a denim dress, and I'm going to do some top stitching and fancy stitching. Be brilliant. I love this pattern. I think it's great, and I do think it's a bit different that you've then got the option of those ties at the top. Don't have to have those on if you don't want, but it's more options. You've got a real pattern that you get a lot of bang for your buck.
Yeah, and such a different look as well. You know, a relaxed look, but how you open like that is really lovely, or completely open, or tied up.
Like it tied up as well.
Yeah, I think it just depends on your personal style, doesn't it?
Thank you. Joyce doesn't look like a French female detective.
In summer, in spring. And when we get to the corners, we make sure you pivot, you know, because we've got quite precise corners to turn around. So we get to the edge, keep the needle in, and then pivot around. And again, that gives you that real precise finish that we're looking for when we're sewing cotton. Pivot round, and then when we are pivoting, we've got, you know, we do get some fabric around here, so we just make sure that we just wind that down, because all these sort of things do shuffle everything around and manipulate your fabric, which you know is hard to control sometimes. So just we pin, and then we take out the pins. Pivot, and then because I'm going to go up, just make sure everything's sitting nice and flat, and pivot,
Pivot.
That's how it popped into my head as well.
We're doing all the Friends references.
We're doing all the Friends, yeah. It's only popped into my head on the same pivot. So funny. But yeah, especially with the dart, we are now sewing over the dart, so that does give, you can see it's a bit bouncy, so we just want to make sure that where it is. But if it doesn't, you know, these stripes aren't going to show you too much if you... Again, we get here, make sure that's sitting flat because we don't want it pulling or pushing. Oh. And then we get to the top, definitely do your forward and back stitch.
Oh yeah,
a couple of times.
When you're opening your pockets.
Yeah, make
that might have
run
a
up and yeah, it can do run up and down a few times.
Fabulous.
And there we go. We've got
a pocket.
A pocket.
A dart and a pocket. Remember, there are video tutorials on your pattern as well.
Yes.
Just more about showing a couple of techniques, and that pattern matching one's a brilliant one to watch back of how to get your pattern matching. Thank you ever so much, Charlotte.
Thank you so
I
much.
don't know where the time's gone this hour. It's flown by.
It's flown by. I know. I looked at the clock and thought, oh, we're done.
When are you back with us?
I'm back the 13th of May.
13th
Thursday, yeah.
And how can we find you on social media then if you want more?
Yeah, it's basically my name. I'm Holly Dennett on all platforms anywhere. So if you put Holly Dennett in Google or wherever, I'll come up.
Yes, we'll find you, we'll follow you. Thank you very, very much. If you want to get involved in either patterns, they're both underneath us on the web. They're both very popular. This one is the beautiful blouse shirt, which I love. All of the fabrics as well are now there underneath us. I think we've run through them all, but thank you ever so much, Holly. We'll see you next month. Stay where you are, because all of these prices were amazing. Agreed? We're now going to do an official fabric clearance. So, I mean, these were all fabulous prices anyway, and yet we are going to actually discount the next hour. So stay tuned, do not go anywhere. We're going to sort out all your fabric stash. It might be that you've got a pattern in mind and you're looking for some new fabrics. So there's lots of lovely dressmaking fabrics included, as well as your quilting made cotton. So stay tuned. We are back right after this.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Judy Petlow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just parts of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone and scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, It refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using the ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Now, a lot of people contact me saying, I really don't understand laundry symbols. It's in my book, but here we go. I'll teach you a few right now. Do not wash. Very simple, do not wash. You can wash in a washing machine, but look here, you need the temperature. Now, hand wash only. Look, they're quite simple really, aren't they? I'll go through a few more. Circle with the cross through it. Do not dry clean. Simple as that. Isn't it funny that you can't dry clean some things? Now, triangle with a cross through it. Do not use bleach. That's very important. Then drying your clothes. There's a line dry. There's dry flat. There's tumble dry on low, tumble dry on high. Do not tumble dry. If it's got a cross through it, it means you can't do it. And finally, ironing. 1 dot, low iron. 2 dots, medium iron. You've got the hang of this, haven't you? 3 dots, high iron. Cross through the iron, do not iron.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Hello, welcome back. How lovely is Holly, by the way? She's so knowledgeable. She's brilliant. She's a really, really good demonstrator. Have you followed her on Instagram yet? She's got over 100,000 followers, you know. She's an influencer. Yeah, very, very good. Just found her in the break there. Right now, we've got clearance. I'm so excited because we've got so many great dressmaking fabrics, which would be brilliant. Oh, there's clearance graphics and everything. Oh, this is exciting. Right, shall we make it very, very busy? We have got 207 units of our chambray. our cotton chambray. So you know when we're just talking about making that shirt, make it in this. If you want to make yourself a toile, make it in this. The price is going to be amazing. Now this is just to see how crazy we're going to be this hour. $2.99. Oh, it's going to be good. Oh, I nearly fell off a chair. It's going to be good. You've got, look how much, it's lovely and wide as well. Dressmakers go for it. If you want to make that shirt, get yourself the pattern if you haven't already. You've got some fabric which is perfect for it. That lovely chambray cotton. It looks like a really lightweight denim. Is there a right or wrong way? No. Oh, at that price, you cannot go wrong. Get yourself as much as you want. If you want 10 metres, go for it. That's 20 units. Fill your boots. If you know you're going to use it, then go for it. Absolutely. At £2.99, you cannot go wrong. We're calling out to everybody who is watching right now. Get some lovely fabric in your stash. Now, there's nothing stopping you. There's 150 people who've got it in the basket now, I'm hoping. And we've got enough to go around because I've got a feeling this is going to be very, very, very popular. I've got 2 more chambrays to bring you. I've got this one and this one. Are they on pre-order? You can get ahead on pre-order if you want. You can get ahead on pre-order because there's 200 people who've got this in the basket. I knew this was going to be busy. What about for a plique? What about for some lovely cushions or homewares? At this price, just get it in your stash. If you're a dressmaker or not, at $2.99, that is so good. Oh, it's lovely to see you all there. Oh, can you show me the phone lines, Ben? Loads of people there. I'm not normally allowed to see it. £2.99. Now, most people, I just was intrigued to see how much people are buying. Most people are buying, well, everyone's buying multiple units. Most people are buying 4 units, so 2 metres. Somebody just bought 12 units. Somebody else just bought 9 units. So everybody who comes on in and gets involved in, I love clearance. I am that person that thrives off getting a bargain. You know, some people love to go to shops and they love buying expensive things. Like they get a thrill from buying a new pair of expensive trainers or something. I looked at Levi when I said that because he's got a fabulous trainer collection. But I am that person that if somebody says, I like your top, I go, oh, it was a bargain. I need to tell you it was a bargain. Whereas this, oh my gosh, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's still cut off the bolt for you. It's not scrap back. You can get it literally by the half metre as normal, and that is why everybody is multi-buy. Right, let's do the next colour because you're coming through for that. You might want to add this one to your order as well. If you've now paid your postage and packaging, just stay with us this hour. Everything is going to be discounted. We're going to do the same on this one, but we don't have anywhere near the amount. We're 207 units of that last colourway. We've got 127 of this, which still sounds a lot. It's not. It's not. In fact, there's loads of you who've already got it on pre-order. You're not paying $4.99. Everybody will pay $2.99 now. This is brilliant. I've not done a clearance since, I was going to say Boxing Day or something. It was literally like Christmas. It's been ages, hasn't it? Every single person checking out has multi-bought on this. Every single person. The phone lines are busy. If you can get to the web or to the app, please, please, please do. That's going to be the quickest and easiest way to get this. I'll be even making Maisie some little school dresses with this. This is great, isn't it? $2.99. You absolutely can't go wrong. Or little shorts. Little boys' little shorts. It's lovely and lightweight, you see. It's your cotton chambray. Half the metre looks like this. What's the width of it? Is it 150? Feels wide. Does feel wide. Bag making, for lining, for bag makers, you absolutely can't go wrong. 144 wide. You're hungry. Ben and Joe are tired and hungry. So exciting! We're just getting started, Joe. Sorry, this is what John Scott tells me off for shouting on gems. He comes into the studio and is like, you're shouting again. Stop shouting. Yeah. Pink. I've also got a light blue. Ooh. I can find it for you. Here's the pink. Oh, definitely do that lovely blouse in this. Definitely do it. Or the lovely dress. Now it's a lighter weight, so I would either wear a cami top underneath it, or I would be using it as like a round the pool kind of vibe. This is lovely. £2.99. Is it a different one? This is the last colourway, I think, of the chambray. Right, there is a really good quantity on this one, though. Half a metre is £2.99. I knew it was going to be good, but I did not know it was going to be that crazy. Oh, seriously, even now at this price point, even for children's sewing, if you're getting somebody, your grandchildren, your children, your neighbours, anybody who wants to get into crafting and sewing, springtime, lovely little flowers that you could use this for a applique. Just cut out petals and applique it. The linings on baskets for Easter hampers, you absolutely can't go wrong. At that price point, per half metre, that is brilliant. Now, just so you know, there are now only 100 units of that one left, and we started with hundreds. Love the pink. We're doing an Easter bonnet competition here. Have you not seen it on the doors? All the doors. Every door as you walk through. Go on then. No, it's all right. Now, can we do... Oh! Should we do these paisleys? Because, right, Joe's getting married in a matter of weeks. Can I say, Joe? Oh! Is it making you nervous? Just as a lot of planning. It's been going on for, nearly a year now you've been planning this wedding, haven't you? Look at this for your waistcoat linings. For little pocket squares. It's £1.99. No way. For a fancy jacket lining, that is beautiful. Paisley jacquard. Fancy jacquard. Is there a right or wrong way, please? I think that's the right way. I think I got it the wrong way. There you go. Gosh, that is gorgeous. I think that this would be lovely inside a hat, a lining for like the baker boy cap. This would be really nice for that. Lining in a hat. Or inside a trilby, yes. Were you thinking of a printer's cape? Or a dress, actually. Do you know what? That is lovely, isn't it? Gold dress. £1.99 a half metre is your polyester viscose mix. In that ochre colourway. Lining of a waistcoat or the back of a waistcoat. Yes. Ben wants to make trousers and underwear, and I'm vetoing his idea. Little underpants. What about a tie, like a cravat? A cravat and a little pocket square would be nice. Oh, here's a very sensible idea. Could you use it for lining in bags? Absolutely, James. In a really lovely clutch bag or, yeah. £1.99. I've got another couple of paisley jacquards in grey or blue, like a steely blue. Thank you. 68. Ending in 68. Is that helpful? Oh, yeah, for bags. Oh, this is lovely. Really lovely. Gosh, that is fab value for money, isn't it? Right, now there's 30 metres. There's only 30 metres left. It's in charcoal, but it's like a gunmetal grey, like a steely blue, which now, we're talking about for dressmakers. For the backs of waistcoats, this is it, isn't it? For the lining on a luxury coat, instead of using, this is actually more affordable now than the polyester lining that, the plain polyester lining that we always normally bring to you. And this is lovely. There's something so luxurious about slipping on a lovely jacket and having that, that movement with the jacket, but with a really fancy print. Yeah, I suppose you could use it for homewares. You could use it for cushions. Just be aware, obviously, it's lightweight. That is lovely. Maybe if you're using it with a good sort of stabiliser, that is lovely. Okay, we also have it in white. We're going to fly through these. I've got ivory and cream. This is 03. So this is your white. Oh, wow. $1.99. Lowest price of the day. Lowest price of the day. And can you just see as it catches the light that you've got this silver foiling on it that gives that really beautiful paisley print. What about even, right, I'm throwing caution to the wind. I'm thinking of different ideas now. But again, going down the wedding route, you know, like lovely padded luxury hangers that you would hang like your bridal dress, or you would hang your flower girl dresses on, like a padded one, a really lovely, you could upcycle bits, couldn't you, with this to make it look so luxurious. Or a robe. I can make Hattie a dressing gown and embroider bride on the back, or put some hot fix diamantes with a name on. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Wifey, for lifey on the back. Do you not like the term wifey? Wifey for lifey. £1.99. What do you call each other? Do you have any like cute names for each other? No, we don't say hubby. Hubby. Fiancé. Let's do the ivory. No, you don't. She's your fiancé. Now, this is the ivory colourway. Oh, Ben, you are going through with the plan that you have made. £1.99. That ivory polyester viscose mix. 145 wide. There are less than 100 units of this remaining for the backs of waistcoats, for linings of purses and bags, for linings of hats, for linings of... I'm talking a lot about lining. I mean, you can still use it within your own project. I know Delphine with the textile art, she uses lots of different kinds of fabrics. It's lovely. £1.99 for a half metre. Then I've got two other that look very similar. One ends in 01. I'll just show you them next to each other because on the website they probably look the same. This one's ending in 01. This one's 47. We'll do the tan first. What have they called this one? Champagne. Champagne. Oh, see, now this is a lovely colour as a tie, as a pocket square, or a cravat. This would be really nice. About 99. Who are you trying to get hold of you, Ben? We're all here. Is he? What does he want? Oh, you're designing your bracelet collection. £1.99 a half metre. £1.99 a half metre. That would be lovely as well if you've got like a trilby hat. Oh, have as a lining. It was super luxurious, really luxurious. But have it on your cuffs as well, or the inside of pockets. You know, we always talk about having a different lining inside your inseam pockets. Perfect. Now, finally... Oh, no, we've got another two. Here we go. We've got this one and this one. Let's do this one. This one ends in 47, please, Ben. So there is Champagne. This one is called, it's really busy, by the way. Anything you've got in your basket, everything is discounted. Forget $3.99. How low can it go? $1.99. How good's that? I mean, I remember back in the day, I wasn't allowed to take anything to $1.99. Airtime's too expensive to take things to $1.99. This is so good. $1.99. Oh my word, look at that. Once again, this would be lovely. This would be so lovely with your linings on bags or hats, coats, pockets, men's underwear. There you go. Sorted. Do you remember back in the day, Joe, when we wanted to make Elliot some gold hot pants, and Alistair Marion did? They were too small for him to show them off on air, but he did wear them. Oh, don't they live down by the sea now? Portsmouth or Plymouth? That's with the lovely rose gold. And there is a tinge of blue. I don't know whether you can see that on camera. Right, this is now the most limited. Everybody's finding them underneath us on the website. It's called Sage. But don't let that put you off, because it's not actually sage. It's more of a copper. Copper and gold. Love that. £1.99. £1.99. Right, now, we also have some bouclés. I love these. They're everywhere. They are everywhere. We've got a plain and we've got a check. Start with the plain. No, they're not. They're brand new. Are you going to discount them? Yeah. Okay. There's 100 units. We don't need to be clearing this out. Oh, Ben. Oh, I want some of this. I would love a teddy fleece or a shacket with this, or just elements of it. That is lovely. Even if, it just feels amazing. No. £4.49. This is your bouclé, half a metre. It's £4.49. That is such a good price, and it's brand new. This has never even been on air before, and it's in the clearance. That's the back of it. So if you prefer to use that, there's nothing stopping you. What do you like to use bouclé for? Your teddy fleece. Love them. Absolutely love them. Whether you're making jackets, fleeces, hoodies. What were you thinking? Inside your socks? Inside your boots? Oh, a little, I suppose you could do some sort of like cuffs or boot toppers maybe. Right, what is going on? £4.49, half metre looks like this. Right, if I'm being really honest with you, it's in baskets, not checking out. There you go. Hope that's made your decision. Too low. If we're going to clear it, we've got to clear it. If it's going into clearance, we've got to make sure that everything goes. £3.49 in that lovely orange. It's called Rust. That is gorgeous. Yay, I love that. Ben said, hey, they didn't give me the pricing. So I'm absolutely demolishing the prices now, and it's just a matter of Philly Boots. Go for it. Go for it. £3.49. Do you know what's great about this? Look, it's got stretch to it. Oh, if you've got your cover stitch machine, make yourself a lovely jumper. Finish it off on your cover stitch machine. That would be perfect. See, now is the time to buy fabrics like this. Spring's on its way. Now's the time to get this in your stash. Even in the spring, let's face it, you still need a nice little zippy, don't you? You still need a nice little zippy. I've just bought the girls' little balk ones like this, little bouquets. But even for your homewares, do you know, I've seen some really lovely cushions recently, and then they fussy cuts, say like you could write love and just use these as applique pieces that give texture, almost like fuzzy felt on a cushion. Toy making. Yes, great idea. What about making a bear with this? What about making a red bear or dragon? £3.49 a half metre. It does have a stretch to it, so it's going to be super comfy. I've been making a dressing gown. Your bog jacket. Do your bog jacket, the Alistair Marion pattern. Who's that? £3.49 a half metre. Oh, is this the April Fool's news? I'm not allowed to tell you because they're revealing it on Hobby Maker at 1 o'clock. Or maybe, I think they've already revealed it, haven't they? I did watch the advert and I was like, what's going on? I need to know. I hate not knowing. Right. Even surprises, I'm just not very good. I would rather, like, don't tell me what you've got me for my birthday, Ben. Oh, I love this one. Now, did you say this is new as well? Yeah. Get this. Practice your pattern matching. Perfect. For a bag as well, this would make a really lovely bag. Nice fluffy bag. £2.49.5 metre. That is ridiculous, Ben. Brand new, in today, cut off the bolt for you, for your lovely checked boucle. Half a metre, £2.49. Yes, this is busy. Make a lovely full-length spring coat. See, if you are buying coat fabric, if you're making a coat, you do want to make sure that you're keeping it within your budget. And this is where you're really benefiting by buying multiple units. If it was going to cost you £5.49.5 metre, you are saving how much per half metre? £2, £3, £4, £3 per half metre. You're actually saving more than you're spending per half metre. If my maths is right, which I question my maths, even though this is very easy maths. So that's amazing, isn't it? Gonna sell out. It's gonna sell out. Yeah, you do dressing gown. You could do like an hoodie, you know, like what's Adam Brooks's pattern that was very popular? The hoodie, the oversized hoodie. Snuggle up. You do a snuggle up. Oh, I love Battenbergs, don't you? What about making dogs' beds? That just looks so cozy. Oh, so cozy. At that price point, even if you're not quite sure what you're making yet. That is so good, so good. Right, there's 20 units, there's 10 metres, that's it. If you want it, be quick, there's loads of you there. There's a blue glaze. Can we do this one, please? Because I've not seen this either. And I've got 3 little girls in my life, and this is beautiful. Yes. I would just be getting this by the half metre. No, this is GULJ 70. Little girls' dresses, beautiful blankets. See, I actually bought a blanket at a baby show, which was like this. You could do some lovely light wadding in it. You might not even need wadding. Backing, put a board around it, and it's a really lovely lightweight cotton. That is stunning. This is brand new. Get yourself a metre of it. If you know somebody who's having a baby this summer or spring and you want something that's breathable, even as muslin cloths. I mean, that is really good value for money at £2.99 for how much you're getting. But I am thinking of lovely little dresses. Beautiful quality. The blouse that we've just done would look gorgeous in this. The dress that we've just done would look lovely. It's not sheer fabric, but I would probably be wearing it if it is as a dress, around the pool. It's something that is a nice little cover up. But at that price point, it's brand new in today. It's only £2.99.5 metre, and it's got those stunning carnation prints. That's so luxurious. Even if you get yourself a metre of this, little rolled hem, like what Holly was teaching us how to do, a little pin hem, or if you've got the cover stitch machine, literally just finish it off as a blanket. And that is a beautiful blanket. Or I'm thinking of homewares, cushions, bunting, anything you want. At that price point, you really, really can't go wrong. Even to line Easter baskets going on egg hunts. Little wicker basket, line it with this, £3. Oh, it's lovely. Or little gift bags. You could make like little drawstring bags. They're so pretty. Joe, if you have time over the next couple of weeks, you could make loads of little confetti bags. Put lots of confetti in, then people can keep them. Love that idea. Joe's vetoing, I just called you Ben. Joe's vetoing my idea. Right, now these should not be in the clearance because what we're going to be literally celebrating in the next 2 weeks. This is amazing. Riley Blake Easter egg hunt fabric. Oh yeah, I'll definitely be do the Easter treasure hunts in the garden. Okay, there's nothing in it for us. This is all about you. Are you ready? If you get it home in time for Easter. Okay, yeah, that's all about you. £4.29. The remotes like that, I wish you could see how low we are. If you want it, it's there. At that price point, can I just say, get it for next year if you've made all your Easter makes. Bunting, table runners. Oh, I'll get some of that. I am definitely going to get some of that. That is lovely fabric as well. It's Riley Blake. Right, we're taking it off the screen just because it's too low. It is too low. This is Wyndham. This is Wyndham Fabrics. It's little, it's carrots for Easter. Get this one and do bunting for Easter. Make lovely wreaths for the door. Make beautiful little gifts for people instead of giving chocolate eggs. Or make a little gift bag to put chocolate coins in or chocolate eggs. Right, for the last of stock, Farm Friends, £4.99. Get whichever you can because there are so many of you there for these. I wish you could see how low we are. Too low, we've got to move on. It's there underneath us. Don't think just because Ben's taken the graphics out that you can't still buy it. You can still buy it. It's too low. Right, I'm just going to go through these Quilting Make cottons now. This is ending in 30, N-E-N-U-Q. Oh, this is lovely, like that Harlequin design. It's called Floral Menagerie. It's like a geometric kind of print. It's like tiles. For borders, for bindings. Quilting Weight fabric. £4.29. There's too many of you there. There's 9 units remaining. We're leaving it with you. Too low. Now, this looks like a too big. This is SBUI 10. It's not. It's Wyndham. Posy Roses. Oh, once again, little children's clothes. Oh, I wish you could see how low this is. Ben is cursing at the screen. It's too low. £3.99. A half metre. It's still cut off the bolt, bespoke to you, however much you want. It's 112 wide, £3.99. Clearance deals. Grab them whilst you can. Remember, cotton, we know, is only going up in price. Price per half metre, we're generally on average looking at around £8. Our new fabric range that we launched today was £8.49 a half metre. This is now £3.99 for designer Wyndham fabric as well. That is really good. That's too low though, so we're moving on. Butterflies for spring ending in 24, Ben. This is from that same range. It's another Wyndham fabric. It's another designer fabric. And it's another one that should be at £6.99, which in today's world is a brilliant price on 100% cotton quilting weight fabric anyway. We're at £3.99. And you've got that really gorgeous butterfly flutterby print. Multi-directional. Really nice for a blouse, really nice for a dress. Great for homewares. Can't stay on it though. Too low, too low, too low. I've got a batik here by the half metre. This is snuck in, hasn't it? We've got 2 batiks. Now I've got a blue. I've got, true batik, not a printed batik. True batik. We don't normally sell this by the half metre. I don't think I've ever done this in a clearance. Okay, what are you thinking, Ben? Do your worst. Yeah. 100% cotton. He said, challenge accepted. £2! £2.99! Right, if you love batiks, go for it. If you then keep your scraps for confetti quilting, do it. I mean, if you've never worked with batiks before, you can do amazing quilts with this. You can obviously still do dressmaking. My bog jacket that Alison Marion made for me was using batik, and it looks gorgeous, even if I do so myself. It is a gorgeous jacket. Did you see me on the fan page? It's so nice. This one as well would be great to make toys with. Yeah, just get it in your stash at £2.99. Gosh. It's because I said do your worst spin, and we've got a really good quantity on this, and we've got very little time to get through everything we want to. Can I remind you, whilst you're checking out on this, the cover stitch machine today is £100 off its normal price. So we normally sell it at £4.99. Today you can get the Britannia cover stitch machine for £399. Check availability with the call centre or underneath us on the web, just in case I don't get a chance to mention it again. It's very, very busy today. If you've got anything in your basket, it's only 1 p.m. so it's worth looking back through the show if you've missed today's show with Holly and see what is available. This one is just £2.99. £299. No, £2.99. Do you want to do the blue? We're going to have to match it now. We're going to have to match it. The blue. Liz says, I'm not doing it. Oh, yes, I am. This is a true boutique as well. Hand dyed. Quality. Oh, gosh, I'm ever so thirsty today. £2.99. Dressmakers, oh, enjoy. Boutiques as well. I made a boutique patchwork cushion in lockdown. Showing off. It's like a festival vibe one, and I love it. It's a massive floor cushion that I have out in the garden, and I love it. But just using your scraps, and then, as I said, keep all of the little bits because it's brilliant for confetti quilting. £2.99.5 metre for boutique. Bearing in mind, we sell our Hoffman barley pops, 2.5-inch strips, and you know that they're £60, aren't they? Or £50 for the packs. So to be able to start getting this by the half metre for £2.99, I've seen some beautiful boutique quilts as well. Have a look on Pinterest. That is lovely. Right, that's going to sell out. Get the green though. There's a little bit better quantity on the green. Right, now, can we do checks? Our tartans, these are flying out. If you want to do the blouse would be really nice in these. Or, right, I'm going to throw caution to the wind. I'm just going to say, Christmas is coming up. It will come back round. It will come back round. Yeah, at some point it will come back round. I know that we're just getting excited about spring and summer, but as crafters, you can never have too much of this at £2.99. For sacks, for stockings, for Christmas pyjamas, £2.99. That is so good. £2.99. Brushed cotton is beautiful. This is really, really lovely for, oh, that's the brushed cotton side, sorry. That's the lovely soft side. This is lovely for, if you want to make matching pyjamas this year, just start it early. Start it early. If you've got the shirt pattern that we've just done, if you've got a trouser or a short pattern, or make the shirt pattern that we've just done as like nighties, as shirt dresses. £2.99, definitely get your tartans whilst we're at that price. Do you just associate tartan with Christmas, or is it just me? I like little kilts, you know, little skirts, like tartan skirts. They are really, really in fashion, really in fashion. This is the blue. Is this the brushed cotton as well? Yes. Oh, very nice. £2.99. This is like the Gordon tartan. Yes. I'll have to ask Hayley. She's just come back from Edinburgh. £2.99.5 metre. Eric wore a tartan to my wedding as kilt, a real kilt. Do you not remember? Did you know Eric? Eric, he's, I think he lives in Glasgow now. Yeah, he's Scottish. He's lovely. £2.99.5 metre. Or just for shirts. Do you know, if you want to make like a men's shirt, that is great, isn't it? Yes. This one is a brushed cotton again. Oh, hang on. I can't, it's gone. I can't see a code. VIC 470. There you go. All of these brushed cottons, beautiful. £2.99 again. Grab what you can. £2.99.5 metre. And it's a really good chance to be able to do your pattern matching as well. Do your pattern matching. And then we finally got ABC 463. Gosh, that was a weird way of saying the alphabet, Ben. What do you mean they've updated how you say the alphabet? What do you mean? Oh yeah, my daughter, she sings it the way that we all learned it, and like all of us, we don't know how to do elementary. How do they do it then? How do you now say the alphabet, Joe? Joe is obviously teaching us a new way. Please do that again. H-I-J-K, L then N then O then O then P. He did it really well the first time. Very good. You've got to roll it. And then, I don't even know the order. L then M then N then O then P. P. Oh dear. I was still seeing the alphabet in my ear. £2.99. £2.99.5 metre brushed cotton, this time in mustard. Right, we've got to speed up, so we've got loads to do in 15 minutes. Okay, there are all the brushed cotton. Look at this. Oh, Michael Miller. Michael Miller. I haven't seen Michael Miller fabric for 83 years. Years. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. What we're making. Gift bags, birthday gift bags. That is so cool. £4.50 a half metre, 100% quilting weight cotton. It ombres. Ombre. That is so cool. Bag makers, you are going to love this. For straps, for bindings, for borders. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. For a plique as well, or for EPP or FPP, just to be able to have smaller sections of this. That is fabulous. £4.50, such a great price. Have you got that Ring doorbell? Someone's at Ben's door. But why would someone go around the back and ring the bell? Oh, he's got a big drive, so they get confused. He's got 2 Ring doorbells. Right, let's do the avocado. Avocado is very trendy, isn't it? I like smashed avocado. I think it's gone. Riley Blake. 68, MBUI 68. Yeah? Is it supposed to be something else? Oh, it's supposed to be something very different. Sorry. I've got this one, which is your passion fruits or kiwis, ZGUI 82. Sorry, it's a passion fruit. Oh, it's £3.99 for your summer makes. In time for summer, lemon passion for £3.99. That's what it's called, lemon passion. £3.99. Summer makes. Very on trend. Love that. Love it. I'm then going to go rogue, and I'm going to go for my ice cream fabrics, please, because we're sticking with summer. This is ending in 83, and I've got a darker shade in 95. Ice cream, we all scream for ice cream. I think this is from the same range as the Passion Lemon. £3.99. Sorry, Ben. I've picked all the ones where you've gone way too low. There's nothing in it for us. That's all about you. That was called Squeeze. What are you going to make with this? What about like a picnic bag? Picnic blanket. He's moved on. He's moved on. $3.99 for the dark orange too. Like your sorbets. That's so pretty. $3.99. I've not done an extra stitch show yet. When's the next one? Yeah. £3.99. Do you want to pick a favourite out, Levi? I like this one. No. I like this one. This one. We'll do the coffee beans after. I just want to pick out the designer fabric ones for you. In fact, I think that might be, the coffee one might be a designer one, you know. Coffee beans. This is stuff. $4.99 is the best price we can do on that. Oh, there's literally a metre left of that one. 1 metre left. Oops. Oh, when's Catherine back on? Catherine McBean. I love her. She's amazing. She does all of the pattern drafting for Catherine Wright. And she is the most amazing dressmaker. But her husband, she's just got such a cool life. Her husband's an international DJ and like travels the world DJing. Yeah. Yeah. £3.99.5 metre. We all know a coffee lover. Coffee must be one of the best marketing campaigns ever. Whoever was on the marketing team for coffee, because I paid nearly £7 for my coffee the other day. £6.80. That's disgusting, isn't it? That is so bad. It was because I had a large with a certain milk and a syrup. That is honestly ridiculous. And it's all marketing, isn't it? The coffee comes in a couple of different colours. I've got vanilla and I've got strawberry. Do you have strawberry coffee? Raspberry? Probably. There's probably some sort of flavouring. £6.49. £3.99.5 metre. Why have you just become so funny, Ben, as we're going home in a minute? He's getting all his funny out now. And poor Alice is not going to have any funny later. £3.99.5 metre. That's for your coffee bunnies in pink. Yeah, or anybody who's got friends who love their coffee, even just doing like little coffee bags that you can put, like a gift bag to put coffee in, or little bits of mug rugs, that would be great. Go on, which is the fabric named after you? It's named after Ben. Why? He's like, just look. Certified delicious. Wyndham Fabrics, designer fabrics. See, you could personalise this and you could embroider. They're jars. They're just different jars. But you could personalise them, and what is it that you're going to put in your jars? £3.99.5 metre. Right, I'm going to squeeze in these couple as well, if that's okay, Ben, because these are lovely. Are these Ronnie Blake's? HEUI 56. They're Wyndham fabrics, but how pretty are these posy prints? And the way that they're scattered as well gives you plenty of room for fussy cutting. So if you are fussy cutting any of your blocks, this is perfect. £3.99.5 metre. We've also got it in mint. If we've got enough of this would be lovely for a dress or a blouse like we've done today. Both dress and blouse that we've done today, in fact. £3.99. It's very, very busy. Very, very, very busy. I've got my honeycomb. Honey, honey. Oh, I was singing a different song. I was singing ABBA. Then we're singing da 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 da, oh honey, honey. ABBA. Did you? Thank you. Joe came all the way to North Wales to see me in ABBA. That was commitment. I'm going to be back in my ABBA show this year. Only still in the capes, not in the catsuits. We'll see. That's the agreement. GOUI46. £6.99. Posy Roses. Now there's only 5 metres of this one remaining. The other one was lovely as well. £4.99 a half metre. Then we also have, now this one, now this one is Wyndham as well. You've got the blue and you've got the purple. £6.99 and a half metre. Well, £3.99. It's got a lovely little stripe as well running through it, hasn't it? So you could use this as a border for a binding. £3.99, half a metre. Then we also have we've got through loads. Now, any of the others, Ben, do you have time to discount them or not? Yeah, we'll discount all of the rest of them very, very quickly before Hobby Maker take over. It'll do it now. Whilst we do that, could you let me know how many of the cover stitch machines? I want the world. 7 left. 7 left. 7 of the cover stitch machines remaining. If you're watching on a replay, it's worth calling up, asking availability. You never know, there might still be chance. Now, tomorrow, back on Sewing Street in the morning, you've got lovely John Scott with you bright and early from 8 a.m. And the Designer Quilt Block 2025 is launching. Oh, that's exciting. So you'll be able to get your panel ready for Festival of Quilts. Is where we showcase the end quilt notoriously, so it was very exciting. We're going to be launching that panel 8 o'clock. You send us in all of your panels and we'll put together the winning blocks to make the quilt, which is very exciting. That's 8 o'clock. It's going to launch, to be there nice and early. Then you've got lovely Maria from Old Made New with some gold work kits. 10 o'clock sewing room tools. At 11 o'clock, Delphine's here for 1 hour only with Kay Fassett Timeless Tapestry Quilt. It's a William Morris. Oh, it's a collab. I love a collab between Kay Fassett and William Morris. A lovely tapestry quilt coming up at 11 o'clock. And then Jamie